President McNicholas, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good afternoon and welcome to the November 9th, 2022 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session. The time is 4:36 p.m. Per CDPH and Cal OSHA guidelines, the use of masks is strongly recommended but not required when indoors at the district office. Members of the public may attend this meeting in person or participate by Zoom. A registration link has been posted on the board meeting agenda page of our website for those who plan to address the board this evening. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Jones. Trustee Jones is absent at this time. Trustee McNicholas.
Here. Mrs. Hayes, before the board recesses to closed session, is there anyone who would like to speak to a closed session agenda item?
There are none.
Thank you. The board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items. A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 6 cases, 6 significant exposure to litigation, 1 case. B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 OIH cases. Significant exposure to litigations, 3 cases with attorney Chris Keeler. C, conference with real property negotiators. Property South Transportation and Groundskeeping Facility, 5.51 acre property located at 26126 Victoria Boulevard, Dana Point, California. D, conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, CUMA, and unrepresented employees. E, liability claims, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases. Public employee performance evaluation, principal supervision and evaluation. G, public employee employment appointment, principal interim elementary school. H, student expulsion, 8 cases. The board will now recess to close session. The time is 4:39.
Trustees, the time is now 7:11. I ask that you remain silent while staff starts the live stream. I will let you know when the live stream has begun. Please stand by. President McNicholas, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the November 9th, 2022 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session. The time is 7:11 p.m. As a reminder, per board policy 9323 meeting conduct, requests to address the Board of Trustees will be accepted only until 30 minutes after the start of open session. Please note that we have Spanish interpreters attending this evening's meeting. The board and they are available in the back of the room for anyone who needs one. Tenemos asistencia de intérpretes en español disponible. Members of the public may attend this meeting in person or participate via Zoom. A registration link has been posted on the board meeting agenda page of our website for those who plan to address the board via Zoom. Oral communications, which comes early in the agenda, is an opportunity for the public to comment on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. For board policy, the total time allotted for oral communication is 20 minutes with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker, but the per speaker time may be less if there's a large number of speakers. Under California law, board members cannot respond to non-agenda oral communication comments. Please note if we have any students registered to speak this evening on any agenda item, we will hear them before we hear an adult speaker. Please note, staff has discovered a typo in agenda item 13A10, resolution number 2223-28, approving and authorizing execution of a joint community facilities agreement and the delegating authority related thereto. The date in the board report for resolution 2122-14 should read that it was adopted on September 15th, 2021. Copies are available in the back of the room and on the district website. Please note, staff has made a correction to agenda item 13B2, agreement with the Institute for Multisensory Education. The funding source was corrected to educator effectiveness, and the total financial implication was increased to $75,000 to include more participants in the training. Copies are available in the back of the room and on the district website. Please note, staff has made a revision to slide number 7 in agenda item 14A2, California Department of Education best practices regarding the District Advisory Committee for School Capacity Analysis. Copies are available in the back of the room and on the district website. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student Advisor Zhao.
Present.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here. I would like to ask Principal Hatcher to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right. Hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Trustee Davis, second by Trustee Bullicus. This is a roll call, please.
Student Advisor Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Motion carries 601 by a roll call vote to adopt the agenda with a preferential vote of aye from student member Zhao. Ms. Hayes, please read the report out from closed session.
On agenda item 3A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following ADR cases. Case number 2022-020713, 2022-0928, 2022-0929, 2022-1004, 2022-1010, 2022-1017. On agenda item 3A7, trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendation. On agenda item 3B, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following OAH cases. Case number 2022060436 and case number 2022060596. Trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. Case number 2223-01C and case number 2223-02C. On case number 2223-03C, no reportable action. On agenda item 3C, conference with real property negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3D, conference with labor negotiators, no reportable action. On agenda item 3E, liability claims, trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following claims. Claim number 2209-737 and 2209-868. On agenda item 3F, public employee performance evaluation, no reportable action. On agenda item 3G, public employee employment appointment, trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendation to appoint Valerie Decolis, interim principal, Oso Grande Elementary, effective November 28th, 2022 through the end of the 2022-2023 school year. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes.
I have one more page. Oh, I apologize.
Oh, okay.
On agenda item 3H, student expulsions, trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. Case number 2023-002, 2023-003, 2022-007, 2023-008, 2023-009, 2023-010, 2023-011, 2023-013, and finally 2023-014. And that concludes my report.
You sure?
So,
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I apologize.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Jimmy Knodel, Coordinator of Communications and Public Engagement, to present tonight's extra milers.
Thank you. Good evening. Our first special recognition for the evening is the San Clemente High School Educational Foundation. Since 1997, this self-proclaimed academic booster club has operated with one simple mission: to preserve, support, and enhance academic opportunities, as well as develop and maintain educational programs for all the students of San Clemente High School. This dedicated group works with the local community to raise supplemental funds to help support SCHS, including tutoring, textbooks and technology, college and career planning, college admissions support, advanced placement, and AVID programs, and much more. The foundation just announced a gift to renovate the San Clemente School Library. The foundation's biggest fundraising event, Triton Night, will be held this Saturday at the Stance Store in San Clemente. And while the board is busy preparing for that event tonight, we want to recognize those members who were unable to attend. President Gary Green, Treasurer Jason Talley, and Secretary Linda Verister. We do have the founding members here tonight to accept the award on behalf of the foundation. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, we would like to recognize Jim and Kathleen Sigafus.
Oh, I'll stand on the chair.
Next, we would like to recognize the CUSD COVID support team. The COVID support team is an invaluable resource to schools, parents, and employees to help navigate the COVID regulations and protocols. They provided guidance on testing requirements and positive test protocols. They managed the district safety plan, which constantly needed to be updated, reviewed, and shared with stakeholders quickly. They tracked case results across all district sites and reported them to appropriate medical authorities. They staffed a hotline to provide guidance outside of school hours. The ability to pivot and forego a new course became a vital part of this team's operations. One school office manager had this to say about her interactions with the COVID support team. The COVID team members have been and are a comforting place to turn when policies and procedures and situations are uncertain. The kindness that exudes from each and every phone conversation I have has set the tone and made it easy, uncomplicated, and empowering. The landscape was ever changing during the pandemic, and the COVID support team was an important piece of the district strategy that enabled in-person instruction to continue uninterrupted. We have the members of the COVID support team here tonight. We'd like to call them up to receive their certificates and thank them as well. Sue Hill, Debbie Bursey, Astrid Salen, Michelle Pena, Carla Lopez, Lori McCain, Danielle McGowan, and Heidi Crowley. Next, we would like to recognize Steve Bemerwald, a crossing guard at Harold Ambield Elementary School. The main entrance to the school had a two-way traffic that caused congestion and unsafe conditions at drop-off and pickup for students and families. Steve was positioned at the crosswalk at San Juan Creek Road and Calle Cartagena, giving him a firsthand view of the traffic issues and potential accidents. From what I'm told, he was often put his safety on the line with cars coming through there without looking and at unsafe speeds. He suggested that the school entrance be turned into an entry point only, creating two lanes, one for drop-off and pickup, and another for vehicles to access the parking spaces. All vehicles could then exit at the south end of the parking lot, creating a safer, more streamlined traffic pattern. Principal McManigal agreed to try out this new setup, and the results have been outstanding. Vehicle traffic flows more smoothly, parents have space to park along the sidewalk to walk their children into school, and all pedestrians have a safer path to the school. Steve has worked at Ambiel for 8 years, and his passion for the school and students only grows with each year. His thoughtful consideration for how to improve an aspect of the school shows that even the smallest ideas can make a big impact. We'd like to invite Steve up to be recognized and thank him for his service. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say really quickly that Steve and I have known each other for many years, and when he became the crossing guard at Ambiel, he changed his Facebook job description to say that he works for Homeland Security. And we now have a city council member who actually does work for the Homeland Security. I don't know what he thinks about that, but I think it's raised some eyebrows.
I would like to introduce Bridget Kelly, who is the Public Affairs Manager for Cox Communications. She's here to present some special gifts to the Capistrano Unified Teachers of the Year from last year.
Thanks, Jimmy. Good evening. I'm Bridget Kelly, Public Affairs Manager for Cox Communications, a family-owned company committed to creating more meaningful moments of human connection through technology. And first off, I want to thank the Capistrano Unified School District for allowing me to speak at tonight's meeting and present some special awards to 3 truly outstanding teachers. Education is core to everything we do at Cox Communications. Our business was founded over 120 years ago by a teacher, James M. Cox, and his legacy of supporting teachers and local education remains strong within our company. It's a legacy and an honor our employees and our company take very seriously. Awarding scholarships to local students, providing the technology backbone for our schools, and working with many of you to bring digital equity to all students in our community. For more than 20 years, Cox has been working with local schools and nonprofits to help bridge the digital divide by bringing computers and internet connectivity to the homes of students in need. In 2012, we piloted our Connect to Compete program, and since then have connected more than 750,000 people to the internet at a discounted rate. And now through the federal government's Affordability Connectivity Program, eligible families can receive internet service at no cost. Additionally, Cox Business provides internet services to more than 10,000 schools, serving 7 million students across the Cox footprint. Technology plays an important role in the classroom, and Cox proudly invests heavily in its network and customer service. But tonight, I'm here to sincerely thank 3 amazing teachers for all they do for their students and the difference they have made in the lives of so many in the community. To paraphrase Krista McCullough, teachers touch the future. And that is why Cox Communications feels it is so important to support public education. Tonight, we recognize these outstanding educators who are your Capistrano Unified School District's Teacher of the Year, with $2,000 Visa gift cards to support innovative classroom projects. So please join me when I call your name. From Castile Elementary School, Karen Kuo. I believe she couldn't be here tonight. Okay, so we'll make sure Karen gets her gift. Yay! From Marco Forster Middle School, Sergio Sanabria. Gift cards and seats. We had to doll it up a little bit. And formerly from San Juan Hills High School, Marie Finman, who is now an assistant principal at Tesora. So congratulations to both of you and to Karen Kuo. The contributions each of you have made to our youth and our community have not gone unnoticed, and we thank you for your enthusiasm and dedication to our children and being true innovators in education. Thank you. Can we take a picture? Thanks so much.
I got one paper on the back there. Perfect, thank you. And finally, tonight's ASB presentation is from Aliso Niguel High School. In attendance tonight are Principal Michael Hatcher and Activities Director Allison Nero, and presenting tonight is ASB President Blue Packer.
Hello, Superintendent Vital Brolti and members of the school board. My name is Blue Packer. I'm a senior and the current ASB president at Aliso Niguel High School. On behalf of our students and staff, I'm excited to fill you in on Aliso Niguel's performing arts, academics, athletics, and other activities we have had so far this year.
Our fall sports teams have been very successful so far. Football finished their last CIF game on Friday. At each game, we packed the den, filling our student section to the max, home or away. It was easy for our students to be spirited with cheer, song, marching band, and color guard entertaining us. Our own music, CO2, t-shirt cannon, and fog machines helped too. Quarterly activities like balloons or powder toss helped keep our students engaged the whole game. Our welcome back tailgate with ice cream, burgers, and club ran activities was a great way to kick off the year. The community night game was also a hit. Hundreds of elementary schoolers from the zoned elementary schools participated to see what it's like to be a Wolverine. Our ASB also mentored middle school ASB students. They helped us set up the game and we cheered together in our student section. Homecoming was blockbuster themed. The halftime show ran smoothly with many participants from each grade level, and the dance had fun rides, decorations, and refreshments. Our girls volleyball team made it to the CIF finals last week. Girls tennis, boys water polo, girls golf, and boys and girls cross country also had great seasons. Currently, we have 7 athletes that have signed to universities, some including UPenn, UC Irvine, and Cal State Long Beach. We are proud of our Wolverines, and we look forward to our winter and spring sports and hope that more athletes sign this year. Our theater program recently put on an incredible performance of The Passage, an interpretation of Moby Dick. Orchestra and choir have also been crushing it with concerts and performances. Marching band is currently first place in their division, and they are preparing for finals in a couple of weeks. Our clubs and programs have been thriving. This is the first year that Aliso has a STEPS program. We currently have 2 classes and 8 students. All Wolverines have been welcoming to the new STEPS students, and many have taken the time to get to know them. We can't wait to see the program grow in the future. We have 95 clubs on campus this year. The student-led No Place for Hate Club and Best Buddies Club have helped create a welcoming and inclusive environment. We strive to have a variety of academic, service, and extracurricular clubs that reflect a wide variety of our students' interests. With college admissions currently taking place, the new College and Career Center has been a great asset for seniors navigating applications. It has also been helpful for juniors as they begin to plan their futures. With more counselors this year, students can easily discuss classes, grades, college, and personal struggles, and can create a personal relationship with our counselors. ASB is working hard to show support for our Wolverines. From yard games and music every week at lunch to showing up to each and every performing arts event, it is our mission to help our students feel like they belong and can have fun while at school. I'm grateful for the memorable experiences I've had as a Wolverine at Aliso Niguel High School, and I will continue to serve my school for the rest of the year. I look forward to seeing what other opportunities we create for our students. Thank you.
This time it's time for board and superintendent comments. Start with Superintendent Kirsten Bicalbro.
Great. Good evening and welcome tonight to our November 9th, 2022 board meeting as we await the final results for all elections locally and all over California. It's great to see you all tonight as we begin the second to last board meeting of 2022. It's unbelievable how quickly it all goes by. I want to share a few celebrations this evening. Throughout the fall, school administrators and faculty have been collaborating to foster stronger support for students and promote professional and leadership development. From PLC coaching to social emotional interventions to district-wide training sessions, school leadership is committed to developing a world-class education that benefits the whole student alongside our teachers and classified staff. Throughout the fall, I've witnessed so many incredible events at all of our schools that strengthen the connections with their communities. Homecoming celebrations, fun run and fundraisers, Red Ribbon Week, drug awareness, all bringing together students, parents, teachers, administrators, and classified staff and community members to engage, laugh, and learn together. This past weekend, Capistrano Valley High School hosted the 2022 Beach Blitz, the first robotics competition touted as the premier event in Southern California. Congratulations to Team 5199 Robot Dolphins from Outer Space, CCA, and all involved in bringing this event again to CUSD. Our fall sports teams are embarking on playoff runs in football, water polo, cross country, tennis, and volleyball. Good luck to all of our student athletes, wishing them success in all their competitions. And as for Measure G, I want to thank the efforts, passion, and hard work of the parents and community members who came to this board asking for a bond measure to support upgrading new classrooms and campuses. Thank you for your service, your time, and wow, so much hard work. The facilities challenges we have in this district, and frankly, across the state, are not going away. And we will continue to educate our community on these funding and facilities challenges to engage in robust dialogue about how we together solve these issues. Finally, I'd like to invite CUA President Joy Schnapper to stand up. Tonight, I want to recognize Joy for her 30 years of service in CUSD. Yes, at least 106. I have to say a few more things. Joy has served as CUA president since 2018. She was hired into the district in September 1992 as part of the opening team for Arroyo Vista Elementary. While at Arroyo Vista, Joy taught primary grades, including combination classes, and served as an intervention teacher, school site council member, SIP coordinator, and PE coordinator. Joy has also taught summer school and served as a member on many school and district-wide committees, too many to name. She started as the Arroyo Vista CUA rep in 2002, advancing to second vice president, political action chair, CTA state council rep, first vice president, and bargaining chair, all in the last 20 years. As Joy has served as president of CUA, we have partnered and collaborated with her through the pandemic and on the many challenges facing public education in 2022. Tonight, Joy, congratulations on your 30 years and thank you for your service.
Joy's mom is here and she's trying to take pictures. Star, will you come up and take whatever pictures you want to take? Come on up.
And my only comment is I think it's illegal. You can't start teaching when you're 6 years old. I think I'm teaching for 30 years. I know. How does that work?
That's my girl.
Okay, trustee comments, Judy, trustee Bolus.
Good evening. And in regards to what Superintendent Vital-Brulti had mentioned earlier, we have a special video for you tonight to bring you closer to see what Beach Blitz robotic competition is all about this last weekend, Friday through Sunday at Capo Valley High School. So Corey, if you could show the very quick video. Is there
Welcome to the Beach Blitz Alliance selection. We've got
PCA, which is College and Career Advantage, and CTE, our career technical education. It is a wonderful program. It's something that my son had gone through the years at Capo Valley High School. This is for the competition. This is the booth for Robot Dolphins Outer Space. Every team, we had 46 teams that entered, and they work on their robot there because during, let's see, we had, I think it was 80 matches. I think through the weekend, it was 80 matches. And so each team partners with 2 other teams, and they play 6 on the court at a time. And this gives you just kind of an idea of our students. These are our Robot Dolphin students, and getting the 5199 robot out there set up to play. And they're shooting balls into the basket. One team is called the Red Alliance with the red bumpers, and the other team is blue with the blue bumpers. And it's a really great event in that not only do the students design and build their robot during competition season, but then we have scouts that go out to the 46 different teams to their booths and up to the stands to watch the play. They're marking off and charting the strengths and the weaknesses of each team so that they can talk strategy, because when they go into finals, the top 8 teams pick 2 other teams to compete with them. So they want to be able to select the teams that they think will enhance their play to be able to make it to the finals. And I'm happy to say that our team 5199 was ranked 2nd. And in the Alliance, they went to the quarterfinals, and the semifinals were selected by the top rated team. So you would have thought with team number ranked 1 and 2, they just have this in the bag, right? But anything can happen in robotics. And I wasn't watching the screen because you might have seen one that tipped over.
Yeah.
Because anything can happen. They did not end up, they played best 2 out of 3. They won 1 out of the 3, but did a great job. And the other experience about the team is that they also do marketing, because the students have to interface with the other teams. And when they go to other competitions, they're working with teams that may be in other parts of California, coming from other states. Last year, we had a competition where they came from Hawaii. And our students have gone to the international championship in Houston. They were there this last year and have done quite well. And we have our student advisor, Alex Zhao, who is on the team and is a part of the business division of the team. And he might have a few extra words to share about what this venue is all about.
Yeah, 100%. So it was a really, really great event, super well run. And you can just imagine that there were 42 teams at this venue, which makes it one of the largest off-season events, not just in Southern California, but in California and even to an extent in the United States. The logistics behind planning this is just crazy. So something I've always admired about this district is its abilities to make things happen for students. Whether it's getting this venue or even at a more fundamental level, having CCA and CUSD to support a program such as robotics. It's really, really incredible to me. You can imagine robotics as sort of like a high school version of F1 or NASCAR, or even including elements of college football. You have scouting, you have all these strategic plays that you're doing on the field. It's just such a high level competition that it's amazing that I have the opportunity, I and other high schoolers have the opportunities to, join this sort of organization. So I just really quickly wanted to promote CCA and CUSD and give a big, big thanks for them allowing this to happen. A ton of work went into this. There's the marketing aspect of it, but there's also definitely the mechanical and technical aspect of everything. All parties put in a ton of work. We had student volunteers in order to run this thing. And it was just super, super exciting at this competition. I don't know what else to say. It was fantastic.
Well, and all these people had to transform the gymnasium into this playing field, and then the small gymnasium next door to an area that 42 teams set up booths in which to support this, with an extra playing field outside. Plus we had beach bots for the younger students that were up in the mall. So because of our support, our IT team, and our visual people, and you probably saw one of the pictures, we had one of these big, huge flat screens that was just awesome to be able to watch the play. That the committee, Beach Blitz competition first committee was so pleased. It went flawlessly. Sometimes you go and there's glitches and systems and all. And so they'd like to come back next year. So we're hoping to be able to host it once again. And they were so pleased that I'd like to say our student advisor, Alex Zhao, has a presentation for Superintendent Vital Brulti.
So on behalf of OCRA, we would just like to present this certificate of appreciation.
Can we get a picture? Or picture. And I'd just like to mention one other event, Saturday morning while we were doing robotics. Boy Scout Troop 714 and the Orange County Sheriff's Department supported, along with the city of Mission Viejo, and e-bikes bike rodeo at St. Gillian's in Mission Viejo and Marguerite, and our very favorite Sheriff Officer Murphy, who serves, I know, Castile Elementary School and some of our other schools, was there on hand. And it's really important. There was 12 different courses for our students, well, for the community, students and families to bring their kids to learn about safety with e-bikes. If you're on social media at all, Instagram, Nextdoor, whatever, you hear a lot of people talking about safety and e-bikes. So I do want to promote, there is another youth safety awareness that the Sheriff's Department is putting on. It's a week from tonight. It is November 16th at 6:30 at the Norman P. Murray Center in Mission Viejo, the Orange County Sheriff's Department. This is for parents, not for students, but for safety. They're going to be talking topics about e-bikes, social media, and fentanyl. They would love to get in front of parents before they start doing their holiday shopping. Give them a little guidance on e-bikes and safety that you select for your students. So it will be, it is going out to the various schools around for more information. So I encourage you all to attend, and the sheriffs are really great with sharing that information. And that's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Castellanos.
Thank you. I wasn't going to say anything tonight about Measure G, but just a quick comment. I plan to talk about it in more detail at a later time. But I have to give a shout out to the leadership team in Aliso. I know they're listening. Luca Grecu, Klaus, Emily Cravens, Kelly Smith, Veronica Yap. You inspire me to do what I do every day for our public schools. They walk, they support, they guide. And they have put a tremendous effort into and believing in what we do every day. So thank you. My second thing, of course, moving on, I'd like to honor President McNicholas for a few minutes. So Trustee McNicholas has served on the board since her election in November of 2014. She has served as the board president 3 times, vice president, and clerk of the board. The following are a list of highlights of some of the things that President McNicholas has done. Recognition of career and technical education programs to create more pathways for college, career, military, and independent living for our students. An increased investment in counselors and psychologists, including at least 1 counselor at every campus from elementary to high school. Making a further investment in counseling and social emotional supports, cutting the student to counselor ratio across the district from 950 to 1 to 450 to 1. Focus on girls in STEM, including mathematics and engineering, which I know she's passionate about. Investments in state-of-the-art 2-story classrooms at Tesoro, San Juan Hills, and San Clemente using CFD funds and state matching dollars. Investments in physical science and STEAM buildings at Newhart Middle School and Aliso Niguel High School using leftover CFD funds, state matching dollars, and RDA funds. Opened compressed natural gas filling stations for our CUSD school buses. Completed solar projects at our high schools and our district office. Open CUSD Futurology, providing student support for college and career planning. Made changes to the school calendar to balance the semesters and align with college schedules and give our high school students a real winter break. Developed a cultural proficiency task force and a cultural proficiency plan for the district to support all students. And during the pandemic, Martha served as our president, helping to lead the district in opening our classrooms and campuses in September of 2020 while keeping our students and staff safe. At this time, I'd like to invite Greg Young to the podium.
I just want to thank you, Trustee McNicholas. You know, we've known each other for more than 10 years, and we share a common appreciation for science, Dana Hills High School, and swimming. And I've always appreciated our conversations about each and our work on the calendar committee. Thank you for reminding me about that one. That's where we did a lot of work on that one. I've always admired your passion, your commitment to the students, the parents, and the educators and the classified staff that make up our public school mission. You've always understood that that's why we're all here. So, and I've appreciated how from the day as you've praised programs that you've gone to go see, how you seek a variety of perspectives, listen to all voices. You know, and both your children and mine were graduates of Dana Hills High School, and we both agree that the physical plant needs some TLC to match the TLC that goes on within the walls of it. We just got to get more of the community to understand. And I appreciate so much, Krista, what you're with Measure G and what your group has done. We just got to get people to understand that more. But I look forward to that you'll continue to champion for schools, because I know that you're still going to be working hard for CUSD. But CUSD really owes a debt of gratitude to you. You know, you're from a nervous parent of a kindergartner, which is a story that I'd love to hear you tell, to room mom, to PTSA president, and now CUSD trustee. I mean, your advocacy for public education, and particularly for our district, that's run the gamut that few have done, few ever will. So thank you.
Thank you, Greg. So, Martha, it is with great honor that I present to you these certificates honoring you and your service to the students and families of CUSD.
Why do I get 2? Okay. Oh, one's for this year and one's for all the years.
There you go.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Pictures of this.
Yes. Oh, yes.
All the years.
Could be on the box.
Thank you. Trustee Davis.
Well, so much fun things going on tonight. I just actually want to make mention of Blue Packer, the ASB president from Elisa Nagel, who spoke tonight. He's my son-in-law's cousin, so that's kind of fun to see him. So if you saw me video, that's why.
That's it? Oh, okay. Trustee Hanachek.
Thank you, Martha. I'm going to continue my ode to Martha. Sorry, it'll be quick. Martha, your service to children, schools, families, and communities in this district has been unwavering. And I am grateful for all our many years together and for the knowledge that your heart will never allow you to stray too far from CUSD. So enjoy this next chapter, those beautiful grandkids, your children, lots of golf, even Tom, who's there. And as always and forever, every child, one voice. So thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you so much.
And if folks don't mind, I never do this, but I have a video too. I'm so sorry. But I will do a quick intro. I feel like it's a good time of year to kind of check in. So basically a safe and welcoming, accepting school climate is one of the biggest. What?
Can do it.
Is one of the biggest contributors to a student's academic and social emotional success. San Clemente High School's successful adoption of the No Place for Hate program has positively enhanced and grown an engaged and engaging school culture. In honor of this week of this work and National Signing Day, I'm proud to show this recent school-produced video that encapsulates the student and school commitment to inclusion and equity through the voices of some pretty engaging Triton athletes. So bear with me and thank you so much for your patience.
Here at San Clemente High School, we are one town, one team. We are an inclusive community and we prioritize respect.
We are committed to respecting each other in and out of competition.
We are committed to inviting an inclusive environment for everyone.
Regardless of race, culture, gender, religion, sexual orientation, or abilities.
We believe sport is the ultimate even playing field, where members of a team work together towards a common goal.
When competing in a sport, competition provides the perfect environment.
Where success is often based upon the ability to work together.
Free from biases and other negative behaviors that take away from achieving that common goal.
Judgment is reserved for performance on the field, in the gym, or in the pool, individually and collectively.
We believe that athletes should be judged on heart, talent, and work ethic alone. We are all Tritons.
Nelson Mandela, the legendary South African president and activist, said,
"Sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire.
It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does.
Sport has the power to change the world."
At San Clemente High School, we believe the same.
At San Clemente High School, we pledge to speak out against hateful acts and language.
We pledge to create a true community of inclusion and respect for all.
After all,
we are all
one town, one team.
Trustee Jones?
Yeah, I don't think I can do mine in stereo that way.
So trustee McNicholas and I were both elected the same time, 8 years ago. And so we linked arms and came to this board together. And most everybody who was on the board with us that those first few years is gone now. Amy remains. But it's been a lot of changes and a lot of things have happened, and it's been great to have you on this journey with me. Thank you. I also wanted to say that I was a principal for the day. I was late because my school was not able to do it on the day, and I wasn't able to do it. We had some conflicts. So I did it this past week. I went to Union High School, which is our alternative high school, what we used to call continuation high school in the old days. And it is such an inspiring place because there are so many students who I think were not making the connections that they should have made, or they might have made, or they wish they had made in high school. And it has kept them from being as successful as they might have been. But they go to Union High School and things happen for them. It is such a happy place. And the passion of the teachers there and the students that are going to succeed after maybe not having been as successful previously. It's just really inspiring. But I want to talk also about something that happened in the last week or two that made me sad. I often talk about setting good examples for our students, for the young people in our community. And I became aware of a campaign against the charter petition we're going to be hearing tonight. And this doesn't have anything to do with my support or my lack of approval for this school. It doesn't have to do with that. And I don't know who was involved in it. I don't know if it was 2 people or 200 people or what. But the claim was being made that this was a Mormon school. It was going to be for Mormon kids. And that bothers me. If the people involved were Jewish or Muslim, I don't think we would be saying that. And I think our community is better than that. I don't think it's representative of our community. And I don't think it's setting a good example for our young people. So let's all try to do better. And, as my daughter-in-law says to my grandchildren sometimes, was that a good decision or a bad decision? Well, I think this was a bad decision, but I don't think that means we're bad people. And I think we can pick ourselves up and move on, but let's set a better example for our students. Thank you.
We still need to do agenda stuff, but I want to say a few words too. As I mentioned back in August, I've served the students and families of this district for over 25 years, the last 8 of which was been a trustee on this board. There have been some amazing accomplishments and some inspiring events, and then there's been some incredible challenges as well. Yes, I was involved in a lot of the things that Krista mentioned, but that was not just me personally, that was the entire board. But I do want to take credit for getting that robotics team going as a CCA class as opposed to a garage after school club. So I will take some credit for that. I love the work that Futurology does, but I still hate the name. I'm sorry for anybody who's listening. Futurology is silly to me. And as Greg brought up, calendar committee. Oh my gosh, I remember having people yell at me, give us our summer back, give us our summer back. So I understand the reason why we did it, and I still support that, but it was not an easy committee to be on. Also, if you ever have an opportunity to sit on a high school attendance boundary committee, don't. Okay, Amy and I did that, and we had our lives threatened. So there's been a lot of history of things going on here. I've learned a lot. I want to say this district leaders and the staff and the site leaders, it's been an incredible privilege to work with all of you. You are such a dedicated team of education professionals. to a person, and I'm going to give you all my personal email. And I want you to answer me to that one as quick as you do when you answer me to the CSD one, okay? Just saying, I have a set of expectations here. Superintendent Vital Brulte, Kirsten, we started in these jobs about the same time, so we've kind of grown up, but I have been truly inspired by your leadership, and we've gone through some good times and bad times, and I'm incredibly impressed with your ability to pivot from one emergency to another emergency and still move us forward. And we are still moving forward. Trustees. As Gila said, we've gone through a few, but and I wanted to say we represent a diverse community, but you know, other than Alex, we're all women, so I can't really say that diverse, but we do represent our communities, and there's a variety of opinions from one way to another. But I think what we have done as a group is managed most of the time to come together and focus on what is best for students, and that always pushes us forward. So I appreciate your collaboration and your friendship. And while I will miss the collaboration, I hope I won't miss your friendship. And I still want to keep that. I do appreciate input from the public most of the time, except when you call me names, and I don't appreciate that. So I still value having these meetings in the public and hearing from you, whether it's at this meeting or out at a school site or at an event. That still is important, both to me and to all of the trustees. So this is really a bittersweet meeting. I will not have a vote on policy decisions, but I'm going to be out there, you know, and I am not going to miss this. Okay? This is the agenda we get to read. So that's one weekend a month I get back to spend with my family, golfing and watching my husband build model airplanes in the garage. So I'm moving on to other things, but I'm not sailing off into the sunset unless you count working at Dana Hills even more. I really want to focus on that community and taking a leadership role in the Dolphin Foundation to really get that school built up. So you'll see me again. And I really appreciate the time being able to serve you. And I really want to thank my family and my neighbors and friends for showing up. Thank you so much. I love you all. And can I have a point of, well, I'm going to ask Student Advisor Zhao for his comments, and then I want to ask a point of personal privilege to have my picture taken with this and my family and the board. Okay, well, thank you. Student Advisor Zhao.
Gosh, I don't know how to follow that, but President McNicholas, just wants to thank you. You know, I've known you for 10 years, like some of the other trustees and speakers have, but truly thank you for all you have done for students. Yeah. And so my report is basically going from October into November. We've had a lot of exciting events at schools. You know, STEAM Showcase was held at Capistrano Valley High School, which was a huge success, featuring, you know, a lot of our clubs with trunk or treat. We had live science demonstrations, live music performances. It was a fantastic time. Capistrano Valley High School and other schools within CUSD just keeps on, you know, getting better with each year that they hold events such as these. Today we had signing day, really showing off the athletics. And it was just a great time in our gymnasium today. And it's really great seeing the peak performance of Capistrano Valley High School and other schools within CUSD. You see all these stories of people going to amazing places with their athletics. We're really in a privileged position to have such great athletics within our school district. And so touching upon something that I've spoken about for the last 2 meetings now, I guess, is the counselors within CUSD as a resource for both mental, academic, emotional support and help. I know I've had 2 meetings now since the last board meeting regarding counselors and how to make them more accessible, how to make them more, you know, known to students, because again, this is college application season for seniors and it is a stressful time. You're asking for letters of recommendation. You're asking for all of these things to be submitted on time. It's really, really tough to balance this with your social, academic, and, you know, whatever else you do. So I think what I really want to do is, and obviously most of you guys are parents here, is talk to your children, because the college application process, like I said last time, it's such a tradition now at this point to just go through it and to think you're going to end up on the other end okay, that you kind of just expect kids to go through and to do whatever they do. But oftentimes there's a lot of low lows and obviously high highs at the end. But in order to get there, I don't think we're addressing some of the kind of roadblocks within that. And again, I really, really, really want to promote the counselors within CUSD. I think that's super, super vital for all students. If you have any difficulty reaching your counselors, do not, be afraid to reach out to me, because I can always put students in contact with the right people in order to get them right resources. We want to build a culture at CUSD that promotes supporting student emotional and mental health well-being. Something else I wanted to touch upon, something that often happens in Orange County or in this part of California is, we tend to think of ourselves as we're in a bubble, whether that's a socioeconomic bubble or some other type of bubble. This is especially, important right now during the holiday seasons, especially with addressing the issues of food insecurity and families who do not have access to certain, necessities for life. And so this is why at Capistrano Valley High School, and I'm sure at other high schools and middle schools within our district as well, we're putting on initiatives in order to help address and mitigate those issues. We're partnering with South County Outreach in order to put on a food drive at Capistrano Valley High School. And if you guys have if there are any parents here who go to the school or have parents who have kids who go to the school, or, you're just a parent who would like to donate, we have blue bins at the office, and it really, really goes towards an amazing cause. You don't really realize, but a lot of times I was really surprised to find that a lot of people around me, even at my own high school, were kind of on the brink of homelessness, which was a really big shock to me. And I think that is the type of thing that doesn't get addressed enough within our district. And so I really just wanted to raise awareness for that. There are a lot of initiatives within our school district going on, including the one I just talked about in collaboration with South County Outreach in order to put on a food drive. But just be cognizant of that going into the holiday season, especially for these families in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Can I ask my family to come up and get a picture? I want to go down in front with the trustees in back. You mind if I direct this whole event? Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I hate to admit my age. Okay, I'm turning 70 in a month. But one of the ladies back there and I met when our daughter started kindergarten in 1995. So, hi, Helen. Thank you for coming. Okay, we are now on to oral communications, which is the total, this is for non-agenda items. Total time for oral communication shall be 20 minutes. Individual presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per individual, but could be less if there's a large number of speakers. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for oral communications?
We have 12 in person and 1 online for 13 speakers. Would you like to shorten the time to 2 minutes per person?
Trustees, 2 minutes or 3 minutes? 2 minutes. We're going to shorten the time to 2 minutes. Okay, Mrs. Hayes, I'll let you manage the speakers then.
Our first speaker is Tom McNicholas. Following Tom is Chelsea Boyle, and following Chelsea Boyle is Kira Davis.
Superintendent Vital, Brulte, President McNicholas, CUSD trustees and student advisor. I'm Tom McNicholas, spouse of your president, father of Liz and Mike. Mike and Lexi are here today. Thank you for coming. Liz is online, as you know. Liz and her family out of Colorado. We've been residents of Laguna Niguel for 35 years now. It's been a long 8 years that you have ably served the students and parents of CUSD as trustee and president. I congratulate you on your leading the district through this difficult time. I also want to thank the many educators who I've met. They are professional and have the enthusiasm necessary to make the difference in our young people's future. I hope and expect the many successful programs that have grown under your leadership, including STEM, music and the arts, and of course, robotics team 5199, and the innovative programs at CUSD academies continue to thrive. But now it's time to look to the future. And I know you're passionate about Dana Hills, so that will certainly continue. But now I have 3 challenges to those trustees who will continue to serve CUSD and those newly elected. Number 1, I challenge you to be a good decision maker. Good decision making is often complex, time consuming, and painful, but demand excellence of yourselves and others. I challenge you to be focused to know what is really important and ignore what is not. You were elected to serve the students and parents of CUSD, not engage in national politics, not debate over California's issues. You were elected to serve the students and parents. And finally, I challenge you to work as a team. Teamwork is critical. And again, demand excellence of yourselves and others. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chelsea Boyle. Following Chelsea, we have Kira Davis and Heather Puhek.
Hi. Every single day when I drop my children off at school, I say the same thing. I love you. Be kind to everyone and make good decisions. They're kids. They screw up, but we constantly work on their humility and apologies when they're in the wrong. I made a complaint to the district about a principal breaking the law and violating my daughter's constitutional rights. Even adults sometimes make mistakes. I get that. So all I asked for was a simple apology. Holy cow. Who knew asking for that simple apology that my family would be attacked, harassed, intimidated, and retaliated against by every single solitary level of this district? There are actually a couple gentlemen sitting over here, they're present tonight, that have not only condoned these actions, but have engaged in these actions against my family. One has actually in writing incited retaliation against me from other parents in this district. Even more worrying, my first complaint went to the board, and even with overwhelming evidence proving my claim, it was denied. This board condoned a principal breaking the law and violating a little girl. In the weeks to come, this board is going to see only some of the abuse and retaliation my children have faced. I say only some because I've had to file many different complaints that have yet to reach you. The most recent claim I started was made today because a teacher aggressively and out of anger put her hands on my elementary school child for the second time yesterday. In the past month, so many parents in this district have quietly come to me scared to complain and speak up, stand up, because they have seen the retaliation my family has faced. We need to raise children to be victors and not victims.
Kira Davis is our next speaker. Following Kira, we have Heather Puhek and Amber Smith.
Good evening. I'm Kira Davis, still a candidate for CUSD Area 2. We'll see what the county does coming up, but I'm still a parent also. I still have a student in CUSD. And no matter what the outcome of the election is, I still care about what goes on. So we parents have been complaining for a while about the library, some of the contents in our libraries at school. And when we do complain, we are labeled as divisive and bigoted. And I understand that because I think there are people who don't believe that these things are in schools. And so that would be divisive if we were lying. But this week, parents have begun to fan out into our schools. We're checking the libraries. We're making sure that some of these books that are said to not be there are not there. And some books are. And some of them are inappropriate. And so we're wondering what the board is doing to reassure that some of these books that have been removed don't come back in. And we're also wondering if the board does a library review of classroom materials and also in our school libraries as well, available to everyone. And if the board's not willing to do that, we'll be fanning out in teams as parents and organizing just to make sure we've seen a lot of great things that go on in our district tonight. We've honored a lot of great people. Blessings to you, Martha, as you move on into the next phase of your life and career. But we also still have concerns about some of the things that might be available to our children. I'm running out of time. I know some other parents have some comments on this issue. I will say that we do have some extremely sexually explicit material still available in the schools. And while I don't have a problem with you having those in your home and available to your students as you so please, I do have a problem with them being in our schools. So we would like the board to review our libraries and to support the parent effort to do so as well. You'll see us in your schools.
Heather Puhek. Following Heather, we have Amber Smith and Eva Harrison.
Hi, I'm Heather Puhek. My kids have all been avid readers. There was a time when we couldn't keep up with how many books that they were reading. We were frequenting the local bookstore way too often, so I encouraged my kids to use their school library, of course. I never even considered at that time that there might be books available to them that I considered inappropriate. I don't really actually think that I'm a prude in particular. Some might disagree, but not really. I just try to be really aware of what's age appropriate for my kids and adjust accordingly as they get older. I was shocked and disappointed to find out that there were so many books containing sexual content available to my children. School is not the place for sexual content, period. I have an excerpt from one of the books. I'm not super comfortable reading this aloud, but I think it's really important for everybody to hear what's available to our kids. And I'd like the board to immediately remove any and all sexual content from our school libraries. So this is from The Deaf, which is designated ugly fat friend. It's available in Dana, Don Juan, which is K-8 and Tesoro High. And I already looked around to make sure there was no kids in the room. We started kissing again. What? There is? Okay. Would you like to remove the student? So, okay, then that's your choice. Okay. Yep. Okay. We started kissing again. This time his hands moved up my shirt and unhooked my bra. There wasn't much room in my little twin bed, but Wesley managed to get my top off and my jeans unzipped in record time. I started to undo his pants too, but he stopped me. No, he said, moving his hand away, you might not agree with blowjobs, but I have a feeling you'll enjoy this. I opened my mouth to argue, but shut it quickly as he started kissing down my stomach. His hands began moving my jeans and underwear down towards my knees. It gets better from there. I'm going to say worse, actually.
Our next speaker is Amber Smith. Following Amber Smith, we have Eva Harrison and Lisa Myers.
Okay, back in October, I sent an email to all of the board members with my concerns about certain books in our school libraries. I was told that the board was working first with the teachers' libraries in their classrooms and then the school library. A month later, I searched again and found that one book in question was still in San Clemente High School. And then I realized not only was it there, but it was actually a graphic novel. Some of the photos were of people having oral sex, dildos, things that should not be in high school. or any school for that matter. I also found another graphic novel today in San Clemente High School. I don't know what's going on with San Clemente. I'm going to read a little bit about this. Sorry if it offends anybody, but it's in our kids' schools. Hey, Navarro, suck any good dicks lately? Ha 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 ha. That's really nice. Okay. Oh, the illustration on the top right side of the page depicts the same individuals described above. The male walking is shown in profile with his buttocks exposed. The illustration on the bottom left side of the page depicts the main character standing behind a naked young man. The main character has his hands up near his face as the young man in front of him is bent over saying, "Oops, I dropped the soap. Don't get any ideas, boys." All right, another line we've got, ha ha ha, it's true. My dick gets so hard thinking about her sometimes that I think it's gonna rip right through my jeans. Another one, oh, sorry, I didn't know that you and Mr. Miyagi were an item. Have fun sucking each other's dicks, ladies. And here's another one. Uh-oh, I think I figured out what taking care of business means. We're each busting a load into this bottle. If you don't come, you have to drink it. Ha 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 ha. Let's see, what else? This was a really good one. We've got photos of the book. Boys being boys, I don't know. It's not good to me. Okay, who wants my hot wiener? Oh yeah, baby, slide it right into my buns. Time's up. Let's end on that one.
Eva Harrison. Following Eva, we have Lisa Myers and Shannon Kurtz.
Hi, I'm Ava Harrison. I apologize in advance. I am reading from Beyond Magenta, which is currently at high schools in San Clemente, San Juan, and Tesoro. When I was about 8, I was put in placement. There was sex, what I would call curiosity sex. We were experimenting. Isn't that what a kid does at that age? 8. From 6 up, I used to kiss other guys in my neighborhood, make out with them and perform oral sex on them. I liked it. I used to love oral. 6 years. And I touched their you-know-whats. We were really young, but that's what we did. The story goes on to describe pedophiles masturbating. The author does not mention that these acts were illegal or harmful. In fact, the author's writing does the opposite, creating the impression that these activities should be celebrated. There's more. How much do I have? A minute. Okay. Around the time I turned 5 years old, some guy in the street said, "You're not supposed to be wearing those. Why not?" I always got defensive, blah, blah, blah. Because you have a dick. What's a dick? I didn't know what that was. Boys have dicks and girls have pussies. Well, what's a pussy? A vagina. Vagina? I didn't even know how to say the word. No, vagina. Oh, okay. Then he said, "So you're not a girl. You have a dick." Well, what is a dick? The thing you have between your legs. Anyway, I think you get the idea. I think you guys should decide what's appropriate for our kids in school. I think parents need to know about this. What's being done about this? These books are currently available at our high school. Not okay. I can't even keep reading. There's more, but I can't. Thank you.
Lisa Myers. Following Lisa Myers, we have Shannon Kurtz and Rachel Sophia Southern.
All over CUSD right now, freshmen are reading Ray Bradbury's classic novel, Fahrenheit 451. They are thinking about, reflecting upon, and analyzing a society that not only bans books, but also burns books. Just to refresh everyone's memory about this classic novel, the leaders of this futuristic society are not heroes. Gay marriage has been legal since 2015. The first lesbian governor was elected in Massachusetts last night. It is estimated that 7% of our society is LGBTQ. Based on that estimate, out of a high school of 3,000, that means 200 students at any one of our high school campuses are gay teens. I am speaking up in response to what I recently learned about how certain parent groups fear LGBTQ reading materials being available at our Capo high school libraries. I personally was inspired by a gay teen in Lake Forest who spoke out against the bullying and the harassment he faced at his high school on national media. What bravery that young man has. According to research provided by the Trevor Project, approximately 60% of LGBTQ teens suffer from anxiety and depression. 45% of them considered suicide last year. LGBTQ youth are not inherently prone to suicide risk because of their sexual orientation or gender identity, but rather placed at a higher risk because of how they are mistreated and stigmatized in our society. One of the books that this angry parent group has expressed concern over is called Flamer, and this is the school library journal's final lines from its review. The author has created a beautiful story of a teen who must decide if he will force himself into the mold of what he thinks a normal boy is, or if he can allow himself to live life on his own terms. That is the type of book that does belong in our libraries.
Next speaker is Shannon Kurtz. On Shannon Kurtz, Regional Cynthia Sutherland, and Peter Prescott. Shannon, go ahead.
Good evening. First want to say that the books that are being read tonight and books that people are showing concern over have nothing to do with being against LGBTQ youth or people. This has everything to do with the content of the books and them being sexually explicit and not being appropriate for minors. I am going to be also reading a book that's sexually explicit. It's called Tricks. The book Summary of Concerns says this book contains explicit sexual activities, including child rape and abuse, drug abuse, violence, alcohol use, and adult and child prostitution. That has nothing to do with the things that were just being discussed right now. We're not an angry bunch of people that are hateful. We are here to protect our kids. And this is part of what's in that book. Swollen with desire, demanding, lips still locked to mine, she murmured. You know what? I can't even read any of this. I wouldn't read this in front of my own mother. What's in this book? It's just inappropriate for kids. And the fact that we have approached the board and one of the parents here has written in and said that, we've got a response that we had to, write back with what was in the book. If there's a review board, then they should be reviewing these things. And that's all we're here to say. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rachel and Cynthia Sutherland.
Good evening, Superintendent Vital Brute and trustees. I've had the pleasure of knowing Martha McNicholas for almost 10 years. She was actually CUC PTSA president the year I first became involved in PTA. And I was immediately impressed with her command of the room and knowledge of all things PTSA and school district related. But most importantly, her ability to authentically connect and her integrity, it's truly exemplary and paramount to the way she conducts business. Martha's dedication to attending almost every PTSA meeting she can is truly extraordinary and speaks to her level of commitment to the family she represents. She's accessible to all and willing to go the extra mile for the schools, administrators, teachers, staff, and students to ensure CUSD offers the best education and support for all. Her insight and compassion have personally assisted me through a number of challenges. And as a current Dolphin, Sophia wanted to share a few words. It would take me far more than 3 minutes if I had them, just to list all the positions that you've held to improve the lives of children in CUSD. So I just want to sincerely thank you, Trustee McNicholas, for your service. And I look forward to still seeing you at Dana Hills. And if we may approach the bench, if we may, we have a little gift.
Next speaker is Peter Fresca. Following Peter, we have Philip Puhek and Allison McGarvin. Peter, come on down.
Hello, my name is Peter Fresca, and I want to thank you for allowing me the time today. As a father, it is my responsibility, along with my wife, to teach our children about sex, not the responsibility of any school district, in my opinion. Several materials in our schools are not appropriate and should be removed from all the Capo USD campuses. For example, the book called The Teenage Guide Survival Guide, excuse me. I'm not going to go through the whole reading of things as some other folks have done, because it's not appropriate. It's not appropriate at this venue, and it's not appropriate at any of our schools on any of our campuses. 17 states, I'm going to take a little different approach here. 17 states have declared pornography a public health crisis. As somebody who has a master's degree in public health from UCLA, I agree with these statements in these 17 states. This is a public health crisis when it comes to pornography and the results of it. For example, pornography leads to risky sexual behavior, affects brain development and functioning, which is your responsibility as the Board of Supervisors of this district for our kids, and increases infidelity and addictive behaviors. To declare pornography, it also normalizes violence, which leads to increased sexual trafficking, prostitution, childhood sexual abuses, and childhood pornography. The American Counseling Association refers to teenagers and pornography as a silent epidemic. I don't know if any of you have ever done any of this research, but I would highly suggest you do. There is additional information on this that you can find. I'd be happy to consult with any one of you on this, but I would highly suggest you review these books and remove them from our kids' libraries.
Our next speaker is Philip Puhek.
Good evening. My name is Phil Puhek. I have one child remaining in the district, and I have one that has graduated from it. We've heard a lot of people tonight talking about really great things this school district does, and it makes me proud that I still have a student here attending. But it disappoints me when I hear that there's materials in the library that, well, I've been given some here to read, and I couldn't have this stuff at my own workplace. It disappoints me that this is available to our kids at school. It's one thing if they're getting it on their own, or their parents decide to buy it, or it's outside of that, but to use public funds to purchase these and provide them to the students isn't right. This particular book is available in several of the high schools locally, and it ties alcohol use, drug use, and violence to improving your sex, to helping you get through rough sex. And personally, I don't want my children thinking that that's an appropriate way to view sex at all. It also equates love and sex as the same thing, which we know it is not. So I would urge you to remove these books from our libraries. And I'm actually disappointed that this has had to be brought up multiple times because they haven't been removed. Once again, I thank you for your time.
Allison.
Content warning. You are about to access material that may contain content of an adult nature. These files may include pictures and materials that some viewers may find offensive. If you are under the age of 18, or if such material offends you, or if it is illegal for you to view these materials, please exit now. This is a book available at St. Clemente High School entitled Grit. It is flagged for being minor restricted. Jump to line 178. There's a couple, or paragraph 178. Things moving faster, too fast, us on the ground and him reaching under my skirt and tugging down my underwear, pushing my legs up before I can stop him. That's how come he calls me a slut and trash. That's how come he treats me so good. I can feel Jesse's surprise and I can't stand it. Won't wait for him to ask questions. I won't answer his damned questions. Take me home. Another couple lines from page 205. I'm saying it wasn't horrible or anything, but when it was over, he was like, "This was your first time?" And he sounded like shocked, because you've got to figure, if any girl who goes after a guy the way I did, I must have some mileage on her, right? Even if she's only 15. Goodreads has the first couple lines of the summary of this book as 17-year-old Darcy Prentice has long held the title of town slut. She knows how to have a good time, sure, but she isn't doing anything all the guys haven't done. I'm appalled. My kids are 6 years old and 7 years old, and this is what high school is in their future. This is what my kids are looking forward to. No, I will take every book out of this district library. I will donate it to this parent who thinks it's okay. She can have them for her kids. And I want to celebrate the robots and all the amazing stuff that we watched on these videos.
Time is up. We have to go to our online speaker. Our online speaker is Michelle Flossel-Kimball.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees, President McNicholas. In November, we turn our thoughts to what we are thankful for and appreciate. Our PTAs are planning events to show appreciation for our teachers, staffs, administrators, and our veterans as we approach Veterans Day on Friday and Thanksgiving 15 days away. We also had an election last night. Propositions 28 and 31, supported by the California PTA, both seem to have passed. Prop 28 will result in additional funds specifically for the arts. Music, drama, painting, drawing, dance, ceramics, etc. for our district. That is fantastic. We look forward to seeing these art programs expanded and enriched in CUSD. Lastly, I want to say a personal thank you to President McNicholas. I appreciate your leadership on this board for the last 8 years, and I look forward to your continued involvement in the Niguel Hills Middle School PTSA, as well as at Dana Hills. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers for oral comments.
Thank you. We move now on to our consent calendar. Please note that per Board Policy 9323 and in accordance with the law, the public has a right to comment on the consent item, on any consent item. At the request of any member of the board, any item on the consent agenda shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular item. Each speaker is allowed between 1 and 3 minutes per item, depending on the number of individuals who have presented requests to speak. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards for the consent calendar?
We have 2 online speakers for consent.
Okay. So they each get
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay.
Good evening. In the past month, PTAs across the district have donated $94,715.57 to cover expenses for substitutes, teacher salaries, non-instructional materials, accelerated reader programs, professional Chromebooks, reading count programs, PBIS programs and supplies, librarian and paraeducator salaries, Meet the Masters programs, and science camp, as well as assemblies. And I am excited that once again, our district is completing the California Healthy Kids Survey. The data collected through this helps to guide programs for the social emotional health of our students and identify strengths and areas in need of improvement in our school climate. I am concerned with the phrasing on the board report. Why is a single group being singled out and the type of questions being highlighted? It is discriminatory as highlighting specific questions on, oh, if you are red-haired with brown eyes, or if you have 5 siblings. Remove listings to questions and just provide a link to the survey. Parents can read the survey and decide for themselves and their families if this is what they want their students to participate in. Our parents are literate, smart, and intelligent. They do not need a specific group highlighted out. How the board report is currently written directly reflects bias, implicit or not, of some of our current or previous members of this district's administration or current or previous trustee members. Please review the letter and the board report to remove the bias against an already marginalized group before moving forward with this valuable survey. Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Michelle McNutt. Go ahead, Nicole.
Hi, this is Michelle McNutt. Good evening, trustees. I just want to follow up with what Michelle Plossell Campbell was saying before me about the board report regarding the CHIC survey. It goes into detail about the link that parents can find, what the survey is about, how they can see exactly what's on the survey, about their options as far as opting out of the survey. Very transparent, gives parents all the information that they need. But then there is a phrase, or there's a couple sentences about the district not being able to remove certain questions. And then they go into the certain questions that are on there. And it says the survey will ask students 2 questions regarding sexual orientation, 1 question about transgender, which I think you meant to say 1 question about gender identity. So that isn't even worded correctly. And 1 question regarding sexual jokes. It then says the parent letter will list the specific content in the letter so parents know these questions are being asked. That seems, well, first of all, it's redundant, but the board report clearly states that parents can opt out. There is also a link provided for parents to the entire core survey. But selectively focusing on these questions in the survey, you are making an assumption about the content and demonstrating bias. These questions should not be highlighted and treated differently than any other question in the survey. And I understand the district's dedication to transparency, but in this instance, it comes at the expense of a community that already feels isolated and marginalized. Continuing to treat LGBTQ topics and families like they need a warning label is contributing to harm. So please ask yourselves, at what point as a district will you stop putting disclaimers on LGBT topics such as instructional materials, curriculum, and library books, as if the mere existence of LGBTQ people causes harm? Our district does a lot of good things. We saw some of those good things tonight, especially with the athletes at San Clemente talking about their pledges for No Place for Hate. My daughter's high school campus is very supportive, but the language in this is a misstep. And I urge you to do better moving forward to either rephrase or completely eliminate this content altogether. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers for our consent calendar.
Trustees, do you have any consent items you'd like to pull?
I'd like to pull B5, and I originally wanted to pull B8, the thought exchange, but I appreciate the information from staff regarding the software and that we can input the data from a meeting, summarize it, and to understand the input, and increase the number of people who can get engaged. So I appreciated also the vetting process. So thanks for the info on that.
So 13B5 is what you want to pull? Anybody else? Trustee Jones?
Yes, 13A3.
Any others? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Davis, seconded by trustee Castellanos. This is a roll call.
Yes. Student board member Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus. Aye. Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hannachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones. Aye. Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Motion passes 601, and we will address those two items at the end of the rest of our agenda. We are on to discussion action items. Agenda item 14A1. I will recognize Dr. Gregory Merwin, Associate Superintendent. But I will say that at this time, staff will present the item and the presentation will be timed when Dr. Merwin starts speaking. The purpose for the timing tonight's presentation is to offer the CRLA charter school petitioners an equal amount of time for their subsequent presentation. Mrs. Hayes, please note the time when Dr. Merwin begins and ends his presentation. Dr. Merwin.
Third time's a charm. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, President McNicholas, Trustees, Superintendent Vital Brulte. Staff presents item A1, action on California Republic Leadership Academy Charter School. I will provide a brief presentation regarding staff recommendation, which will then be followed by an opportunity, as you stated, for our petitioners, Mr. Gary Davis and Mr. Kevin Pratt, to respond. Staff and the petitioners will then answer any questions you may have. As we begin the presentation, we first share the 6 district authorized charters in Capistrano Unified School District, and we have productive working relationships with each. All 6 authorized charters are currently providing a unique educational experience for students and families. A charter's petition is the central document that establishes key information on educational programs, operations, governance, and how the proposed school will meet all legal requirements. The following outlines the 8 categories defined by Ed Code by which a governing board must consider when approving or denying a charter petition. And on the next 3 slides, staff identifies the 4 categories where there were findings that are the basis for the staff recommendation. Number 1, the petition presents an unsound educational program. Number 2, the petitioners are demonstrably unlikely to implement the program set forth in the petition. Number 3, the petition does not contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the 15 required charter elements. And number 4, the charter school is demonstrably unlikely to serve the interests of the entire community in which the school is proposing to locate. Staff presents 3 options for trustee action this evening. Option 1, deny the charter petition, which is staff's recommendation, and adopt resolution number 2223-30A. Option 2, approve the charter petition as written. If trustees select this option, the board would adopt resolution number 2223-30B by removing all the language that's described there. Or option 3, approve the charter petition with conditions and adopt resolution number 2223-30B. If trustees select this option, it would result in approval of the charter petition and require a memorandum of understanding to address the issues outlined in our report with specific and appropriate timelines for petitioners to meet the conditions as specified. As presented in the staff report and in the board report this evening, staff recommends denial of the charter petition of California Republic Leadership Academy on the basis of multiple findings that are summarized in the following slides. First, staff's recommendation is the result of an extensive and comprehensive evaluation of the petition, which included interviewing the petitioners. The next 4 slides provide an overview of the findings that are detailed in the staff report and the board report. For what we're presenting to you is an overall summary tonight. The findings are categorized as conflicting information, incomplete information, and inaccurate information. Staff presents the following findings. The target population in the petition, homeschool students and students attending private schools, would not represent a diverse cross-section of the community. There's not a definitive plan in the petition to promote and market to the entire community because translation is only a possibility and marketing materials may be translated. The educational philosophy in the petition is copied from sources such as John Adams Academy and Harvard University without proper attribution, which concerns staff that the educational program itself is not fully developed, but instead pulled from multiple sources without a coherent plan that is specific to CRLA. While the petition does include standards and multiple resources, specific curriculum and instructional designs are missing. This is evident in the fact that the curriculum maps by grade level do not integrate the Franklin Covey leadership curriculum, nor do they include the specific classical literature being taught with the standards and activities. Furthermore, many grades do not include specific instructional designs, but only class activities. The petition features the use of mentors and high moral character to guide students in their learning. Yet anyone can be a mentor. This is concerning given the important role the mentors would have in the charter school. There's not a clear plan in the petition to provide retirement programs for staff because Social Security, STIRS, and PERS are all included. The petition lacks specificity regarding the use of the classics and the classical approach in their educational program. As previously stated, staff expects to see specific classics included in the curriculum maps for each grade level and directly connected to the standards being taught as part of the scope and sequence. And while the petition identifies Franklin Covey's Leader in Me in Appendix H, it is not explicitly integrated into the curriculum maps. And the 4 pillars of Leader in Me are not articulated by grade level or connected to the other content areas. Given the fact the petition is for a leadership academy, Leader in Me should act as the framework for the curriculum maps, and this should be clearly defined and developed. Instead, the leadership education and how students are developed into servant leaders, grade level by grade level, is not clearly articulated in the maps, leading to a lack of coherence. The petition and documentation provides a budget that is built on assumptions and lacks financial commitments. And the petition lacks clearly articulated goals to address the achievement gap for subgroups of students. Final points to emphasize include a lack of clarity regarding the instructional calendar, a conflict of interest code that names a charter school other than CRLA, budgeting that is insufficient to cover the cost of a private facility, and a plan for textbooks that would result in an insufficient number of books and the potential for lack of access to the curriculum for students. The points we have shared during this brief presentation are not the entire list of findings, but are representative of the significant concerns found during our analysis and evaluation of this petition. It is for these reasons that staff recommends denial. Thank you. That concludes staff's presentation.
Ms. Hayes, how many minutes was that?
I show Dr. Merwin began at 8:51 and ended at 8:58 for 7 minutes.
Okay.
So now start the clock for 7 minutes.
At this time, I would like to introduce Mr. Davis and Mr. Pratt to present. Ms. Hayes, please set the timer for the equivalent number of minutes. Gentlemen, you can begin.
All right, I guess we'll be quick. Good evening, Superintendent and President, trustees. I'll just take a brief second. I really have 2 things to start with. First, I just want to point out that I speak for hundreds of families that are voters and taxpayers and constituents that you still have a responsibility to. And they aren't loud on social media. They aren't making signs. They aren't necessarily making public comment, but they are part of our district. And I actually think that our program can bring them back into the Capo USD family. I've heard some wild things about us in the last few weeks, starting at the last meeting with Ms. Trudy, claiming that, servant leadership is like a code word for Jesus Christ. That's not an opinion that's shared by Harvard Business Review or the US military, where they train leadership. On that note, I just want to point out a few things. One, obviously, we're not a religious school. It's a public charter. We can't be a religious school. 2, we can't shut down schools. I'm on this side of the bench. You all are on that side of the bench. We can't target or shut down any particular campuses. But I will say, if just the idea of a choice of a charter is prompting meetings and activists to say, what can we do to bolster our local schools? Then I think it's already a victory. Next, this is a money-making endeavor. This is quite the opposite. I'm not going to make money out of this. We're audited by the approving authority every year financially. The demographics of charters are brought up. It's kind of hard for me. Dr. Merwin talked about targeting homeschoolers and private education. I just want to point out two things. One, our charter doesn't say that. It says who we target, and it's the same as the district. Two, think about that. You're saying if this program is going to bring back homeschoolers and private education, and they are a certain demographic or ethnicity or socioeconomic status, then we can't bring them back. Is that what the message is? The half-baked financial analysis provided by the district staff without context, without lease payments or administration fees that would be due, and doesn't reference the large reserve that the district has right now, and whether it would actually impact any programs that are currently running. The location of the executive director. Dr. Merwin mentioned that we're being judged by what's in the petition. Well, the residents of Mr. Davis is not on the petition. If they say that it's going to make it hard for us to execute, not knowing that he has a residence in Orange County and started the charter school as the executive director in the last couple of years. So why am I pointing out these things? Because if you look at the staff's response provided on October 25th, there's a legal standard section on page 3. And they quoted in there, Education Code Section 47605, Subdivision C. And it's interesting, I passed out, I don't know if you have it, the paper with yellow. There's one sentence that they left out as they're setting the foundation by which our charter petition should be reviewed. They left out one sentence. Everything else was verbatim. They're passing it out, but I'll read it. In reviewing petitions for the establishment of charter schools pursuant to this section, the chartering authority shall be guided by the intent of the legislature that charter schools are and should become an integral part of the California education system, that the establishment of charter schools should be encouraged. That sentiment of encouraging charter schools is not just missing from the response, it's also missing from the attitude and from the culture of Capo USD. And I think it's appropriate that we try to return that starting tonight by voting yes on this item. Thank you.
There's a little bit of a height difference between myself and Mr. Pratt. Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Janelle Rulli. I'm one of the attorneys with the law offices of Young, Mini, and Core. Glad to be back here at CUSD and certainly proud to be representing California Republic Leadership Academy tonight. The board has a very important decision to make this evening. And I want to be clear that you really do have a decision to make. This is not, told in the stars, like you're not constrained to follow the staff report. You can really make a decision here. After the staff report was published, the charter school reviewed it very carefully and set to work evaluating all of those different findings. Our office reviewed it as well and found that many of the findings were speculative, or they were based on the capacity interview, not the actual charter petition, or they had the wrong facts, or they had the wrong law. So the California Republic leadership team and our office prepared a 21-page response to those findings that all of you received 3 days ago. In our response, CRLA details how each of the findings fall short of the standard, and we do hope that you took the time to review those. I want to remind the board tonight of our legal mandate. The legislative intent for charter schools, again, is that they shall be encouraged or should be encouraged. I don't know that the petitioners have felt encouraged necessarily. I also want to remind you that the default position in the law is to actually approve a charter. That's how the statute is written. It was on one of the slides from your staff. Only if there are specific findings specific to the particular petition, not specific to a capacity interview, specific to the petition, in one of 8 enumerated areas, can you actually make findings to deny this charter. So you saw what the 8 issues were. Just to detail a couple of the findings, there was in the duplication of the educational program,
The district took a very skeptical view of creative ideas that were put forth in the charter petition, like students actually being dedicated to their learning or servant leadership or mentors. But there weren't actually any facts in the findings of fact that were specific to the charter. It was just speculation. One other, actually, you know what, I'm going to stop. I'm going to hand this over to Mr. Davis.
We're going on hyper speed. I know, so I appreciate your time. Appreciate all of you. I'll just say in closing, our team is highly experienced, specifically in starting up and running the type of charter school that's in front of you today. We have the skills to execute. We're going to make you proud if you approve this school. And Capistrano Unified School District will have one more amazing choice, educational choice for its families. So we hope that you will see us as a partner and approve our petition tonight. Thank you.
Okay, before we enter into trustee discussion, I would like to remind the board and the public that this item is to approve or deny CRLA charter petition through a resolution. Staff has provided a resolution 222330A, the option to deny the charter, and in resolution 222330B, the staff has provided an option to approve CRLA charter position with an MOU to be finalized by December 23rd. If that is not finalized by that date, then this would be denial of the petition in terms, and the terms of a part of the charter denial is a findings of fact. Dr. Merwin, will you please make sure I said that right? Please remind us of the options.
Yes, so exactly what you said. There are the three options. Option one, to deny and use resolution 30A. Option two, to approve without approve as written, and then that would require modifying 30B. And then the third option then is to approve with conditions, which is approving resolution 30B. So you have two resolutions, 30A and 30B. 30A is for denial, 30B is for approval with conditions. And if it's approval as written, we would modify the second resolution as such. If I could add one other point of clarification to the board, because understanding that this is a 6-member board currently for this evening. If the board votes to adopt resolution 30A to deny the charter, and it's a 3-3 vote, it will be considered no action. Then the board would need to consider 30B, which is the resolution to approve the charter with conditions. If the board votes 3-3 on 30B, it would still be considered no action. If this were to happen, it's a 3-3 vote on 30A and 30B, it would be considered no action on either resolution, and the board has not technically denied the charter petition, but the item is over. At that point, if this occurs, the petitioners then may appeal to the county as if it were a denial. This is because it's a 6-member board.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we have 2 speakers, I understand. 2 blue cards.
We have 17 speakers on this item.
17 speakers.
1 minute per speaker.
Are they all here or online?
We have 13 in person and 4 online.
Online. 1 minute per person. 2 minutes.
You'll need to waive your policy because your policy is the 20 minutes.
I move to waive the policy and allow 2 minutes per speaker.
I need a second for that.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Davis, second by trustee Bolus. This is to waive our policy and allow 2 minutes per speaker. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. I didn't hear any no's, so that's a 6-0. Amy, did you have a question?
I do, and I don't know if I should bring it up now or before the board deliberates. And I would be remiss if I didn't ask for clarity. I just want to make sure there's no conflict of interest here with our board members. It has been stated in San Clemente that you are part of the charter, a pivotal part, trustee Davis. So I just want to double check. Yeah, just want to double check. As you know, that conversations happen. And as a board, we have to be very careful with conflict of interest. So I just want to double check before we get going on any discussion, and I would be remiss. if I didn't
Individual
bring that up.
trustees know their own conflicts and they would conflict themselves out. It's not a discussion of the board.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Okay, but I do think we have a 601 approval to go with 2 minutes.
Yes, so we'll start with the 17 speakers.
Okay. Ms. Hayes, I'll ask you to manage that.
Our first speaker, the speakers would go ahead and line up and we'll move through this rather smoothly. Candace, Andrea, and Amy are our first three speakers. Following Amy, we have Miranda, Michael, and Kira.
Hi, my name is Candace Bourne. I've been a San Clemente homeowner and taxpayer for 11 years. I am also an active Marblehead Elementary parent. Regarding Trustee Jones's concerns, I have not been involved in any campaign against the CRLA. What I did do was send a letter to you, the board, which was also copied with the district, the principal of Marblehead Elementary, as well as the PTA presidents. As I mentioned, the action plan that is currently underway to improve our enrollment at Marblehead. I emailed the letter to you as I think it's important for you to consider some of the concerns that I have to inform your vote. I deliberately have not shared it with anyone from Marblehead because I think it's important for them to do their own research and come to their own conclusions. So that being said, as I previously stated, I fully support the district's 24-page recommendation to you to deny CRLA's charter petition. When I became aware of this charter and their intention to look at Marblehead as a potential site for their school, I did some research on their curriculum, and I'm particularly concerned with the use of Franklin Covey's Leader in Me curriculum. This curriculum has been steeped in controversy in recent years in various schools across the country due to its potentially religious undertones and indoctrinating belief system. Leader in Me is based on incorporating Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People into its teachings for students from kindergarten through high school. Many believe, including Mormons, that 7 Habits is the secular interpretation of Covey's previous book, The Divine Center, which details his Mormon beliefs. And in fact, in The Divine Center, Covey states, I have found in speaking to various non-LDS groups in different cultures that we can teach and testify of many gospel principles if we are careful in selecting words which carry our meaning but come from their experience and their frame of mind. Needless to say, if a charter school is using religious curriculum of any kind, be it Mormon, Jewish, Catholic, Muslim, or otherwise, it has no place being chartered or funded by a public school district, and it certainly has no place cohabitating a current Capo USD campus. I fully support parents' choice to educate their children in the way they feel is best for their families. However, curriculum that contradicts the district's mission should be conducted at private facilities. Thank you.
Andrea, following Andrea, come on up, guys, line up. Andrea, Amy, Miranda. Go ahead, Andrea.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Andrea Hazard. I'm a cognitive psychologist and former university professor. I'm also a homeowner in San Clemente and the co-president of the Marblehead Elementary School PTA. But tonight I'm speaking to you as a parent to a first grader in this district and a 6-month-old who will be going to the school in this district. The CRLA charter came on my radar when their petitioner, Mr. Pratt, made a comment in the local Capistrano Dispatch about wanting a San Clemente school for his proposed charter school. One of the schools he named on his list of proposed locations was Marblehead. I was immediately alarmed as this school that I have so much love and support for could go away. I wasn't the only parent who felt this way, so I organized a meeting to find out more information about Prop 39 and how our district makes decisions about where charter schools go. From our meeting, we learned that it's not that simple, and this irresponsible publication caused many parents a lot of premature worry. I would like to thank staff for the time and effort that they put into the thorough review and response to the petition. In my own review of the petition, I came to many of the same conclusions as was outlined in the staff report, specifically that the mission and curriculum of this charter school doesn't serve my children or our community. We already have excellent schools in our district who offer a myriad of opportunities for learning different languages and skills that will serve our children throughout their lives. These existing neighborhood schools do not just provide wonderful scholarly endeavors for our children, but they are also a crucial component in building a supportive community for our children. If you've ever been to an Aloha assembly on a Friday morning at Marblehead, you know what a delightful and warm community I'm talking about. Going into an existing campus to make room for this charter school under Prop 39 would accommodate the few who would utilize this charter, but it would cause great disruption to the existing wonderful learning environments and beautiful communities these neighborhood schools have already built. In closing, I urge the Board of Trustees to consider the needs of our diverse community in San Clemente, the staff report issued by the district, and the considerable costs it would incur, which only divert funds away from our children. Thank you.
Next speaker. Again, I ask you to hold your applause and please come forward. Again, please come forward as I call your name and let's start lining up. Amy Burke, Miranda Felding, Michael Snow, Kira Davis, Amber Smith. Go ahead, Amy.
Hi, my name is Amy Burke. My husband and I have been Marblehead homeowners for 13 years. We are the parents of 3 daughters, a junior at San Clemente High School and an 8th grader and a 6th grader at Shore Cliffs Middle School. All 3 of our girls attended Marblehead in elementary from kindergarten through 5th grade. Prior to kindergarten, our middle daughter also attended the CUSD Early Childhood Program located at Marblehead. As residents of San Clemente and the Marblehead community, and as the parents of 3 children who spent a total of 11 years at Marblehead, we do not wish for our public tax dollars to fund this public charter school. We agree with and support the CUSD staff recommendation to deny the charter school proposal of California Republic Leadership Academy. We feel strongly about protecting our neighborhood public school. Additionally, our community cannot handle the added impact of the traffic on a street where just last year we finally got crossing guards at the intersections of the I-5 on and off ramp at Avenida Vista Hermosa after a student was struck by a vehicle at the freeway off ramp. Marblehead is a Title I school with 43% Hispanic ethnicity and 47% low-income households as determined by the free or reduced lunch program. Many students at Marblehead do not live within the attendance boundaries of the school. They are residents of the Las Palmas Elementary School attendance boundary, and they are denied admission to their neighborhood school because it is now a dual immersion school with application requirements. Allowing a charter at Marblehead will displace these students who are already displaced from their neighborhood school. This charter school will not be serving the needs of this community. CRLA is not rooted in our community. They're here for the resources. Marblehead is a special school with committed teachers, a strong community, and well-rounded students. As members of the San Clemente community and as residents of the Marblehead neighborhood,
Thank you. We need to move on to the next speaker, Miranda Felding. Following Miranda with Michael Snow, Kira Davis, and Amber Smith. Go ahead, Miranda.
hi, thanks for having me. I know it's really weird to compare your school to the world's most famous TV bar, but sometimes you want to go where everyone knows your name. We are the cheers of our local schools. Our teachers see our kids. Marblehead has heart, and we've got a lot of whiplash with various reports and articles and data sort of way where we could potentially be targeted for this charter school to be take over our campus or share it. 10 years ago, when we moved in, we heard bad and good rumors about Marblehead, and a lot of that is rooted. A lot of the bad rumors, if you love it, you love it. And we know, and if you go, you know why it's such a special gem and it's a hidden gem, and it's a little too hidden because our enrollment is down. And a lot of the reason why our enrollment is down is because the secret behind the whispers of low ratings and test scores. And if people would just interpret them correctly and give us the right analysis, they would not feel this way. We have, like Amy said, all the beloved ESL students that get bussed in and that share our campus and enrich our diversity, they don't test well at first. And so they bring so we get people are misinformed. I am privileged to have a college degree. My kids, their test scores in our household are the same as the other kids at other schools whose parents also had the privilege of attending college. My test scores are not being brought down by our beloved ESL students. They're just not. It's not fair to characterize them that way. I'm done. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Michael Snow. Michael Snow, then Kira Davis. Thank you. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, my name is Michael Snow. I've got 2 kids in elementary school in the district. I want to say two things before I urge the trustees to vote for option 2 to approve the charter. Number one is choice. This district was great in the pandemic by offering parents and kids a choice. And I view charter schools as a choice. Our population is not monolithic. Our community is not monolithic. There are lots of options. Not every kid wants to build robots. Not every kid wants to play football. But we do need leaders. So I think choice is a strength. Choice benefits families, teachers, and our community, and of course, our students. So CRLA, I see this graph that was shown. The district is down about 20% in students. So we should have plenty of capacity. I don't think the capacity issue should be one that the trustees consider. We've got plenty of capacity. And what CRLA apparently is talking about is only 1% of the district. It's about 400 kids, I think, out of 42,000. So I urge you to approve the charter, option 2. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kira Davis. Following Kira Davis, we have Amber Smith, Ava Harrison, and Zan Pratt. Go ahead, Kira.
There's a lot about our board that I don't know yet, but I do know education and charter schools. I've been an education reporter for 15 years, and I used to run an after-school program back in the inner city of Gary, Indiana, where charter schools were vital in aiding our 86% Black population. It's a talking point that charter schools harm minority children. It's one I never really appreciate because it's a lie. Most minority parents support charters. 58% of Black Democrat voters approve of charter schools. Among Black conservative voters, that's almost 100%. In the Black community period, that overall, that number comes to about 60%. That's a national statistic, and it fluctuates. So charters give options to parents who can't afford to live in areas where they have great schools. They also offer us extra education, right? We should be adding educational options for our students, not repealing them. I do know that that having a facility is not a prerequisite for you guys approving this charter. So you can approve it without having a facility. And I'm also pretty sure CRLA has not requested Marblehead in the charter application. I could be wrong. And Amy, shame on you for trying to shame Lisa. That's what I'm hearing here is bigotry. Even though there are some people coming up here saying that to approve a public charter would be bigotry. Let's just talk about the facts. And we don't need to be smearing each other based on our religion or trying to make connections that aren't there.
Our next speaker is Amber Smith. Following Amber, Ava Harrison, Zan Pratt, and Andrea Manning.
Pardon me, just one moment. Could Mr. Jindra help the parents line up? I think they're having difficulty with that. Thank you.
Oh, Ava. Okay, so just to let y'all know, I am not from California. I was born and raised in Florida. I've been here for 3.5 years. My children went to charter schools in Florida. We loved them. There was a lottery system to get into the charter schools. When we moved here, my daughter was a year above her grade. She was in 9th grade and she was like, Mom, this is stuff that I did last year in 8th grade. Charter schools are excellent. And to not approve a charter school for location, you're doing a disservice to the children in our communities. Yeah, our attendance are not attendance, but our district has lost a lot of kids, and probably because of all of the stuff that we're finding in our schools due to COVID. I found so much stuff due to COVID, and watching my kids' classes and seeing what they're learning, I was shocked and appalled, and I still am. So I think giving some parents a choice is not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. It might bring the enrollment up. And if there's more enrollment, that's more money to the district. And it seems like it's all about the money right now. So I'm all for it. Give people a choice, give parents a choice. And charter schools are great for children.
Our next speaker, Ava Harrison, coming up, following Ava, Zan Pratt, following Zan, Andrea Manning. Go ahead.
Yes, Ava Harrison. In regards to the statement that this charter school will attract homeschool and private school students, I think you mentioned that earlier. While I agree that this school will very likely bring back many students and parents who pulled their kids from the public school system in the last 1 to 2 years, I also know that this school will attract hundreds, if not more, of parents who are this close to pulling their kids right now or over the next year. As you know, I mentioned this a lot. I run a Instagram group with over 2,000 Capo parents. And we love Capo. We love our district. We don't love what's happening in our libraries and in our classrooms. And these parents, just as we are desperate for a school like this. I'm not sure I understand this. This school, as far as I know, this school will not necessarily shut down any other school. Maybe that's something you can clarify. I can understand why parents are concerned here that their school might be shut down. I would feel terrible about that too. But as far as I understand, they could use unused classrooms. I mean, as far as I know, half of this building is empty. Can you clarify that? Would this shut down their school, or they can't share? One of the moms said they can't share. That doesn't seem very inclusive to me. Odd why this would shut down a school. I don't think that's what they're going for. They're just trying to give us options. Options are great. I think many people will come back who pulled their kids previously to go to this school. And like I said, I'm this close to pulling my kids, but I would put them in that school. Thank you.
Next speaker is Zan Pratt.
I wanted to take an opportunity to say a few words tonight. I'm the wife of Kevin, who's the co-petitioner behind this charter. And a lot of people have speculated on why we would try to get a charter off the ground. And sometimes I ask myself the same question because it has not been fun. But just to set straight a couple of things that have been said tonight, that there have been rumors that have been really disconcerting that it is a religious school or that's targeted towards those of a certain faith. And just to reiterate that this is a public charter and it's for each and every kid in California that wants to attend. And we hope it's as diverse or even more diverse than Capo's traditional public schools. And for whatever reason that tends to be the case for charter schools. It was our personal experience from the last charter that we were at before we moved here, that it was more diverse than the other schools. And so the data for Capo tells the same story. And so we welcome that and hope that would be true. So why are we doing this? We've lived in a lot of different places in a lot of different public schools. And we just happened to be able to go to a similar charter before moving here. And we're blown away. We're totally blown away by the curriculum and by what our kids were learning. I just didn't even know those things were possible. And it just opened my eyes. And so when we moved here, it's just like, how can we get this? We have a couple of kids left that we can catch to receive this kind of education. And not only just to help our own kids, but to help so many people would want this education. I'm almost out of time, but I just want to say that I hope the board can create a district and a culture that welcomes charters. Options make everyone, public, charter, private, better. And there's just a lot of people who would come back or who are looking for something like this, and it'll make the whole district better to provide options. Thank you.
Andrea Manning, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Manning. I'm not here to speak on behalf or against the charter. I'm only here to speak on behalf of our school, Marblehead Elementary, where I currently have a first grader and an incoming kindergartner next year. Our family recently joined Marblehead Elementary this fall. We had previously been attending St. Edward Parish School, a private Catholic school located in Dana Point. It was evident that my son's educational needs were not being met at the private school and that we would need to transfer out. And I went through a bit of a mourning process as a result of that. One of my biggest fears leaving our private school was the community that we would lose, but I didn't realize the community that we would gain by joining our local neighborhood elementary school. In just 3 months, we have been introduced to several Marblehead families in our neighborhood that we would have never otherwise never known. We have attended multiple school events, assemblies, had park play dates, and even started a carpool. Many people take this for granted, but coming from a school where families live as far as 30 minutes apart, this has created a sense of community that we never previously had. If I'm going to be completely honest, I initially had serious trepidations about transferring to the public school system after seeing the challenges that were brought on by the pandemic. However, after arriving at Marblehead, I realized that my fears could not have been more wrong. The special education team embraced us and fast-tracked our son's IEP to ensure that he would be on track for the start of the school year. Under the care of an amazing teaching staff, my son is thriving at Marblehead. He is receiving multiple on-campus services through his IEP, and we are already seeing incredible results, not just in his performance, but in his overall happiness and self-confidence. We love our new school. We love being part of this neighborhood school. And I don't have time for the rest, but we just ask that you continue to protect and support our school. Thank you.
Maggie Hurt, Jessica Geyer, and Whitney Harrington. Maggie.
Good evening. Again, I'm Maggie Hurt. I have 3 children here in this district. I have a 7th grader at Ladera Ranch Middle School, and then I have a freshman and junior at San Juan Hills High School. And I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of CRLA. And you might wonder why, being that my kids are older and this charter is designated as a K through 5th. But let me explain a little bit why. We moved back to this district a little over a year ago after being in Arizona for 7 years. If I were to rank what I miss most about Arizona after family and friends would come the schools. I miss our neighborhood schools, I miss our charter schools, and I miss having options. We lived in a great community with great neighborhood schools. I participated in PTA and served on several committees. We loved the principal and teachers. It was a great school. But as great as it was, our son was struggling. He needed something different. Fortunately, in our area, we had public charter schools. And in fact, there were actually over 20. We found one that we felt would be a good fit, and he thrived. I hate not having that option for him here. This last year was a hard one. Families here need these options, and families here want CRLA. It's a great opportunity to retain families and students that are on their way out. And as was mentioned before, they are on their way out, and to bring back those that have left. The beauty of a charter is that it helps make all of the schools great, just like our district in Arizona was great. There's a saying, a rising tide lifts all boats. Let CRLA be part of that tide. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica. Are you? Yeah, it was filed with the wrong group, and I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak. Do you want to wait till the end?
I can't. Yeah, I will.
Okay, our next speaker is Whitney Harrington.
Hi, my name is Whitney. I have one daughter left in elementary, and we're at Lobo Elementary, another school that has kind of been talked about as having a smaller enrollment. And to Marblehead's point, like, I get it. The small schools are amazing. They're wonderful. there is this super tight connection and a super tight relationship with those small schools. So I understand their concerns 100%. And I know that bringing in this charter creates a lot of anxiety and it creates a lot of fear for people. And because of the unknown, but I do believe that it could be an amazing asset to our school, to our district. As consumers, we appreciate being able to go out and shop at multiple different stores, being able to have boundless and endless amounts of variety and options out there for us. I mean, could you imagine if we only had one grocery store we could go to, or one place we could go and buy our clothes, or one place that we could go out to eat? It would be a little frustrating. So I believe that having options is awesome, and we all thrive because of the options that we have as consumers. I don't believe that that should not be the case for education as well. We need to have as many options available as possible for our families and for our students. We moved from Fullerton a couple years ago, and I remember the first time I went to register my son, they asked me if I wanted a traditional class or if I wanted the multi-level class. And this was at one school. This was on one campus. I had no idea what multi-age was. And I said, traditional? I have no idea what you're talking about. So the way that this program worked was there was your traditional students that would go through K through 6 traditional classes. And then there were the multi-age kids where it was kinder and first and second and third were grouped up together. They were in a big room and they were able to make it work. They were able to have two completely different styles of learning and teaching happening on the same campus. I'm not saying that that's the right fit here for the Marblehead family and for possibly this charter, but there's got to be an option.
We're going from the auto timer on the screen.
That wasn't there. Sorry, that's okay. So thank you. If you could please approve, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to our online speakers. Our first online speaker on this topic is Mary Ann Tucker. Mary Ann, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good. I was muted. I'm asking the board to please choose option 1 and follow the staff recommendation, deny the charter petition for CRLA and adopt the resolution number 2223-30A. We have already charter schools. I think we have 6 charter schools in the district. The addition of another charter school by taking over an existing CUSD school campus will only decrease the number of available public and qualification-free schools available to CUSD students. CUSD already has 7 elementary schools that are off limits for enrollment without winning the lottery. These include the 4 Spanish immersion schools, Las Palmas, San Juan, RH Dana, and Viejo elementary schools, and the 3 charter schools, Oxford Prep Academy, Community Roots Academy, and Journey School. So the only way to get into those schools is to win a lottery or to start the immersion program in kindergarten. I'm an Ambule grandparent and parent. Both of my children went to Ambule, and now I have she's going to be 5 in August and going to start Ambule school. And then I read that Ambule was also a possible school for taking over for the charter school, which really concerns me. Ambule is a neighborhood treasure. It's off the Ortega between San Juan Creek Road and the Ortega Highway. And it's about 50 years old, and it's just a gem, and it's a wonderful neighborhood school. And to give that school up to a charter school would mean that those children would all be displaced and have to go to a farther away school. And also, Ambule takes the kids that cannot get into San Juan Immersion School. So they would have to be displaced also. It would increase traffic, increase stress, decrease parent involvement because they'd have to travel far away to an elementary school. And so I'm asking you to please deny the petition for this charter school. Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Trudy Cadobas. Trudy, go ahead. Trudy, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I might need a few more seconds because I'm requesting a point of personal privilege regarding Board President Martha McNicholas. Martha, I'd like to thank you, first of all, from the bottom of my heart for all you've done to put the children of CUSD first in all you do. In the over 20 years I've known you, You've always been focused on what's best for all children in CUSD. Your leadership in PTA has been extraordinary and always inspiring to me and so many others. That strong PTA leadership prepared you so exceptionally well for your continued years of service on the CUSD board as trustee. I thank you for your heart, your intellect, your never wavering focus on all the children of CUSD. I know you will always stay involved, and we certainly need you to do so. I'm hoping now that you'll have more time to spend with your two beautiful grandbabies. This evening, I'm now here in North Carolina with my two grandbabies, and I look forward to continuing on the journey of being grandmothers together, and also for advocating for all of the children of CUSD, as Amy so eloquently said, with one voice. I applaud now on the CRLA petition. I applaud CUSD staff on their thorough analysis of this petition. And I urge the board to deny the petition. As you know, I'm particularly concerned about the attendance preferences being discriminatory because of the Marblehead students that are actually from the Las Palmas Elementary neighborhood. You'll displace those students for a second time, and you destroy neighborhood schools. I urge each of you to uphold the oath you took.
Trudy, thank you for your time. We do have to stop and stick to the 2 minutes. Our next speaker is Shannon Shadow. Shannon Shadow, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Shannon, and I'm a mom with one child actively in Capistrano Unified School District and 2 more set to attend over the next 2 years. School curriculum has been of utmost importance to me. CRLA is a school that offers an alternative option to parents that appeals to the core values of civic leadership, entrepreneurial skills, and public virtue, with a curriculum encouraging appreciation of their national heritage. It gives parents the opportunity to have our children learn directly from some of the nation's most historic texts and doesn't shy away from the history of our nation while celebrating some of our country's greatest thinkers. Children will be able to do this in a structured environment free of cell phones, with a culture of mutual respect and appreciation for leadership. Please note that I am not in any way disparaging our existing schools. However, parents should have the opportunity to choose the learning environment and curriculum that is right for their child and their family values. CRLA is a school that I strongly believe aligns with mine and offers a different and unique curriculum and methodology that is not currently available for families in our current schools. I should note, in response to some of the comments tonight, I personally am not religious, but believe in many of the core principles you will find in religious teachings. I appreciate other parents' choice that the school is not what they would want for their child, as vocalized tonight, but I also strongly believe in the ability to have a choice, the ability for me to choose that CRLA is right for my child. Approving CRLA will likely also result in increased student enrollment for the district for returning families that have made the difficult decision to leave the public school system in favor of alternative education options. Please approve CRLA's charter school petition and give parents the ability to choose the education that is best suited for their child. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Michelle Plossel-Campbell.
Good evening. Speaking representing only myself and my family, I support the staff recommendation. If you choose to move forward, though, be sure to carefully consider placement and location of the school if a site is requested. Charters in this district have not been good neighbors to the communities they are placed within. Additionally, there needs to be careful consideration of the negative fiscal impacts charters have on the educational programs of students within CUSD. So please carefully consider the staff recommendation in making your decision. And remember, CUSD already has multiple options available for our families through the School of Choice program. And I think the School of Choice window probably opens about February 1st, 2023. Thank you very much.
Ms. Hayes, is that
concludes our speakers for this.
Okay, Superintendent, do you have some clarification for us?
Two things. One, we missed a speaker during oral communication. So when this item closes, I'm gonna do just a small little oral communications, not to miss the one speaker. And then I wanted to clarify for the audience, I just think this is a really important point. We don't decide charters based on whether they request facilities or not. We decide and make recommendations to a board based on the theory of action and the contents, not only of the charter, but that interview, the conversation, but it's not about the facility. Ultimately, there is a Prop 39 turned in, and that charter that has in-district children has the same rights and access to facilities as all other schools in CUSD. And so that would be a process we would go through in order to then grant facilities to a charter. But tonight, it's not about a location. It's not about an individual school. It is about a petition. And I just think it's really important to clarify that.
Thank you. So we are on to trustee questions or discussion. Discussion or questions. Student advisor Zhao.
I just have a quick question. Am I allowed to address the petitioners if I have a question, and can they respond?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So I appreciate the topic of finances getting brought up in this meeting today. And, as taxpayers in this room, and my parents are taxpayers, well, I believe that transparency is really important for this district. And I would like to get both the district's view and the petitioner's view on this statement, but with reference to Resolution 2223-30A, Operative 1, Suboperative A, with the entailed financial loss of about $20 million. I was just wondering, how would this affect our district schools? And where would the money come from, and what would the impact be for students and parents alike?
Who are you directing that to, staff?
I'm gonna get both.
Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So currently, we do have a lot of money in our fund balance, our reserve, as the petitioners have pointed out. Money is there for several reasons. So we have to have a reserve for emergencies. We have to have a reserve for cash flow, because cash flow is an issue in a district with high property tax revenue. And also, money is in the reserve pending decisions by the board on programs they want to implement. So to say that we have money in our reserve and a loss of 20 million would not affect the district is actually not correct, because the board has not fully decided how to spend that money yet. So it could potentially have impact on district programs that have yet to be finalized.
Those are finalized at the first interim budget, which is in December.
Yeah, happy to address that. Thanks for asking. I mean, first and foremost, the funds come from the state of California, not from the school district. So, I hear what you're saying, but the money follows the child in the state of California with public charter schools. So the money's going to come from the state of California. What I'll say also is my experience with this type of charter school is they truly do pull students back from the private school system, and they do truly pull students back from homeschooling, but it will be a mix. And if you look at our Prop 39 petition, you can kind of get a sense that many of them actually are in those categories. I also say that, if you don't have funds from a student from the state to serve funds from the student for your program, you also don't have to pay teachers or pay to keep the lights on. I mean, so at the end of the day, this is not like a linear analysis, right? There's a lot of ways to look at it. But what I do think that the right way to look at something like this, in my opinion, is that really at the end of the day, the funds come from the taxpayers, and taxpayers are the ones that will be sending their kids to whatever school they choose to send them to. And I would just suggest that you use that frame of reference.
Trustee Henry.
Thank you. I think I want to continue with that, because we really need to remove the emotion and concentrate on the educational model and the business model. So let's go back to startup funds, and there is concern with your charter of having these available. And I'm just going to quote off of it was just a question that some trustee must have submitted, and this was an answer. It says, does the charter school have the necessary startup funds? It says the lack of startup cash to begin operating a charter school would mean an inability of CRLA to pay staff in the first month of existence. It does not seem unreasonable or burdensome for the charter to have researched. So I'm going to be asking where you're going to get the money, other options for a startup loan, and presented them in their original petition. That would have been helpful, or even in this rebuttal, given the many options available. So we want to make sure that you can pay your bills. As happened in San Diego, a charter. Luckily, it's never happened here, and we love our charters. We're very pro-charter in CUSD. They close their doors. So you drove up to your school and the doors were closed. So can you help me out of understand that you would be very solvent and available to launch your school with the appropriate textbooks, with your startup cash for salaries, for all that sort of thing. And I could probably go on, and staff could articulate questions better than I am now. So if you could help me out.
Trustee, thanks for your question. And I've got Roy Kim here with Icon back office provider management. So they are our back office provider. They will help us with our budget. They've helped us with the budget development. They'll help us with budget implementation. They'll also help us ensure we have good checks and balances within school. So if there are specific questions about the budget, I'll ask. I think you can get into it with him, and I would suggest, and I think he probably is prepared to ask the question about do we have enough funds in the budget to buy textbooks? And of course we do, but I think he could certainly address that in detail. What I'll say is this: when you're attempting to get funds for your charter school, you get there are a lot of options available to you. There's the public charter school startup grant, which is $600,000. There's a charter school revolving loan program. And then there's also private financing. But until you have an approved charter petition, you can't really nail any of those things down exactly. So my hope is that we walk away tonight with an approved charter petition, and we'll be able to, in a reasonable period of time, show you. What I will say is that we have had good conversations with Sims Financial that does provide private financing to help with cash flow loans. If you look at our budget balances. The issue is cash flow, which is true with any charter school that starts up. We're going to hire staff starting in the spring to summer, but we won't get any money from the state of California until October. Just like the district has to do bridge financing sometimes, we'll have to do bridge financing, but we have a lot of options available to us. And I'm confident, every school I've been a part of, we've secured it, and I'm confident we'll do it this time as well. But I'm going to ask Roy to kind of address the startup issue as well.
Good morning. My name is Roy Kim, COO of Icon School Management. I've helped develop the budget for the charter school. We also manage about 30 charter schools in state of California.
Just push back from the mic a little bit because it's hard to hear.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Just wanted to let you know.
So we manage about 30 charter schools in California and help with the budgeting aspect of the charter schools. So as Gary mentioned, I think he pointed out most of the things that I wanted to mention. Charter schools do, as a new charter school, you won't be receiving your first state funds until the month of October. So most new charter schools do look for some sort of financing, whether that's through private lending sources, public charter school grant program, CDE revolving loan, or there are other funding sources that are available for charter schools, those such as charter school capital, charter asset management, CAM. Those are also available, but they also have pretty high interest rates. So we tend not to use them if we have the option of using private lending sources.
I'm going to kind of close this out because I think that what the challenge is, yes, you could get money, right? But I think where we're coming from, it's incumbent upon us to make sure you're sound and secure. So I'm going to kind of lob it back to staff that can probably articulate this question correctly. And I think the concern was there wasn't an actual promissory note that we've probably seen before in our other charter submissions that have come. So that's where the concern is, cart before the horse. So staff, could you just help just kind of articulate, recap where that concern appeared in your rebuttal to the charter?
Yes, that's correct. We know there are very many options for charter schools to borrow cash to start at. Typically, in a charter petition, you would expect to see those options written out. So you would say, we're going to go and apply for the charter school loan. This is the due date we have to apply for it by. This is how much we expect to get. This is it in our cash flow. We didn't see any of that.
Thank you.
Student Advisor Zhao?
So in page 16 of your petition, under how learning best occurs, the language I just want to clarify. So it says, although the academy may have Common Core state standard line textbooks. So the usage of the word may here, I'm just wondering, will the charter school have textbooks, or is that still up to like the finances and stuff?
Happy to answer that question. First thing I'll say too is what you've requested with respect to the promissory note being included in the loan, that's not legally required in order to approve a charter petition. So what you're asking for is above and beyond what's required legally. So to answer your question, so we will absolutely meet Common Core state standards. We're going to do it a number of ways. We're going to use textbooks minimally, but we're really going to use classics. We're going to use core knowledge curriculum. We're going to use the Franklin Covey Leader in Me curriculum. So it's a comprehensive program that maybe looks a little bit different than a traditional public school, but rest assured that we're going to meet the California state standards.
I guess I have a comment on that, you say in your petition, you're going to use Common Core standards as supplementary, not as your text. And at least in my research with core knowledge, their curriculum does not match California state standards grade level by grade level, or even grade span by grade span. So I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying I have a hard time believing that.
Yeah, no, we're actually saying the same thing. So I think you're raising a good point. A classical education and core knowledge approaches the scope and sequence in a different way than a traditional school does. So you're right. Grade by grade, we may not be matching it grade by grade, but when taken in a whole, by the time you get to the end of your, educational experience, we will have addressed that, all of them.
Okay.
So it's a different approach.
Okay.
Which
then I'll segue to another question. Charter schools are still required to administer state tests, the CAS tests. So you're kind of defining that you will never meet those because they're all grade level aligned. And if you're not teaching standards for that grade level, you're almost doomed to not meet those standards.
Well, I would welcome the opportunity to be put to the test. Pun intended, right? But no, there are other schools like ours, the John Adams Academies in Northern California, the Orange County Classical Academy. They do a good job, and at least certainly here in Orange County, the Orange County Classical Academy, I think they were some of the highest test scores recently in the county. So yeah, I recognize it as a challenge for sure, because we're trying to educate our children in a classical way and going through the core knowledge sequence. And at the same time, we want to help them pass these tests, which I understand is important, but to us, it's the most important part is learning. And comprehending and learning to love to learn. But we also know that we have to, put our school test scores out there and compare them to everybody else's test scores. We understand that, and we're not afraid of that challenge.
I guess I'm not so much worried as test scores is that you aren't, what I'm trying to say, mastering the subject matter. Whether that's you tell me that you know how to add, or you put it on a paper, somehow you got to be able to show that you're mastering the subject.
Absolutely. And I've every intention that we'll be able to do that. But again, going back to the point, the core knowledge sequence does approach it in a little different way, but when taken comprehensively, it is a very, very strong program. And but that's part of the beauty of of the school choice in general, right? Where traditional public school choice, charter public school choice is to be able to offer different curriculums, different academic programs and different approaches, because not all kids learn the same way. And not all kids are after the same type of learning experience. And so this wouldn't, not everybody will choose this, and that's okay. But it will be one more option that will be available to Capistrano families.
Trustee Jones? Hi, you can sit down. I don't think I necessarily have questions for you. Thank you very much, Gary. First of all, I want to say that nothing I'm saying I think should be intended as disparaging, you or your petition or anything like that. But I do want to kind of mention some things that are being said that are not exactly clear, and maybe giving a picture that doesn't provide the entire picture. It was stated that the money does not come from the district, it comes from the state. If we take the responsibility for this charter by accepting it, the money does indeed come from us. We get a list of vendor payments in every board agenda, and the last page says vendor payments over $250,000 in the school year. So far this year, we have paid Capistrano Connections Academy $12,250,115. So indeed, those dollars do come from us. Yes, they come from the state first, but they do come from us. And I recognize that yes, there are students that would come from private schools and homeschooling and any number of places. But there would also be, as you've said, there would be students that would be presently our students. And so let's say in a school that is ultimately, 250 kids, I can't remember the number that you're projecting, say there's 100 that came from our district. There's no savings to us when we lose 100 kids. There's only a cost, because it's not enough to close a school. It's not enough to not have principals. What it would mean is in a school, in one particular school that say loses 15 kids, it's not even enough probably to lose a teacher, because that's not a class. And it's going to be, 3 students in this grade and 4 in that grade. So it's the loss of that income makes a big difference. And ironically, it not only affects the students who remain in CUSD non-charter schools, but affects the other charters. We have 6 charters in this district. And there was an accusation made that we need to be a culture that welcomes charters. We have 6 charters. We have 6 charters. I don't think there's another school district in Orange County that has 6 charters. Yeah, we have. And Irvine, I'm pretty sure, has none. Laguna Beach, I know, has none. There's probably several that have none. But my point is that we are the lowest funded district in Orange County. The lowest. We're one of the lowest in the state. And so the loss of these funds not only, again, affects the students who remain in the district, it affects the other charter schools. And we are already very low funded. Yes, we have reserves, but part of the reserves are to go and pay these charter schools. I mean, again, with 6 charters, a lot of the money goes right back out to the charter schools. There's also the issue of approving, not approving, and approving with conditions. If we do not approve this school, there is approximately 0 chance that it will not be approved by the Orange County Board of Education. They are extremely charter friendly, extremely. I don't believe they have ever not approved a charter. So whatever we do here tonight, this charter will be approved in Orange County. I think we can guarantee that. I mean, Mr. Davis is nodding, he knows it. I mean, I don't mean to laugh at you, I'm just acknowledging your statement.
So it will happen. And there's not a lot we can do about it. The issue, if we do not approve this, is we're not taking responsibility for the school. And it costs us money to take responsibility to oversee the charters. Districts that have many charters have staffs to do it. The County of Orange has, I forget how many charters, someone said there's like 20 or something charters. Right, okay, so 15 charters that are chartered by the County of Orange, and that, what, 18, sorry. And that gives them, so they have 8 staff members who are doing that oversight. And we have part of one person who is doing the oversight on 6 charters. So it's not even a matter of, do we think this is terrific or not? There's an issue. If we were allowed to deny a charter for no reason, it would require us to accept the responsibility, which has a pretty large cost to us. So we're losing students, which costs us dollars per student, and then we are taking on responsibility that costs us dollars. So there's a lot of things going on here that I think are not necessarily well understood by the average person. I can tell you, I didn't understand it when I got on this board, but it is significant. I also want to talk very briefly about the Prop 38 request, and the charter has made Prop 39 requests. and assuming that they are approved by us or by the County of Orange, to the best of my knowledge, we must give them space in all or part of some schools. They need to have the space. We're required by law to do that. Mr. Pratt remarked to a reporter, and the reporter printed something about wanting school in San Clemente. It may have mentioned Marblehead. I don't remember now. And I know people are worried about that. We do not decide who gets a school, which charter goes where, based on what the charter says they want. We do it based on analysis that the staff makes on capacity at all the schools, and it's not about what they said they wanted. So, I mean, I appreciate the Marblehead parents. I understand their fears. I had a call this week from an Ambul parent in addition to the one who spoke tonight, and I understand those fears. I get it. We went through on this board, 3 of us who are here now, the opening of well, not the opening, but moving a charter to a campus and closing Crown Valley School. We get it. We get it. And I remember, I think Trustee Bullicus was in the audience as just a parent, and I was there when Barcelona Hills was closed. And, so we understand that. That's not how the decision is going to be made. So I have some other things I want to say later on, but I really want people to understand that there are issues here that are frankly not well understood. And I hope I've clarified them. I really hope I have, because they're important to understand. Thanks.
Student Advisor Joe.
So I just wanted to ask more questions about like the curriculum and the learning standards or learning sort of goals for the charter. And I know I kind of asked this last meeting, but I just wanted some extra clarification, maybe with some examples. So choice is a powerful thing, right? We have school of choice in CUSD, and that's really, really powerful because you can choose to send your kids to whatever school you want that matches your, I guess, kind of vision of what education that you're getting. And something that stood out to me as similar to the, I guess, educational goals of this charter last time was the IB program, right? Where it encourages this sort of philosophical sort of thinking, this open-mindedness and this sort of, I guess you could say, leadership as well. So can you just address for me again, because we currently have Carl Henke as an IB elementary school, and we have IB high schools as well, but I just want to know like specifically what the difference between this educational program would be from, schools such as Carl Henke or other IB programs.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw, for the question. Hopefully you can hear me. So, I mean, in the petition, I'm going to just read from page 7. Here are the several unique innovations that we're implementing into CRLA. One is the implementation of Franklin Covey's Leader in Me. Franklin Covey is a global leader in leadership that's used in corporations literally in like 98% of Fortune 500s. I've never heard that it was Mormon before. That was a first. Scholars will actively participate in serving and service leader projects as a mean of applying their knowledge. Being a servant leadership academy, we're going to implement that in the community through projects. The program will introduce and seek and instill virtues of character at the lower grades through these pillars of character education: responsibility, respect, courage, courtesy, honesty, and citizenship. And right now that's envisioned, at least partially, as a joint assembly every morning focused on these virtues and then performing the Pledge of Allegiance. All students will be trained in study skills such as time management, organization, note-taking, that will help in their further pursuits. That may not be totally distinctive from other schools, but it is an emphasis. The charter school will meet the Common Core standards, as Gary mentioned, through the teaching of classical texts and documents, including those written by the Founding Fathers, and then supplemented by textbooks as needed. The scholars will learn to be leaders of distinction in their chosen field. We focus on servant leadership, but the Leader in Me program really focuses on all kinds of leadership. There are different styles, but we feel it's appropriate, especially for kids of this age, to focus on servant leadership. And then the 8th, the scholars will prepare to meet and recognize and seize the opportunity to serve their community and our nation with their skills and talents. That will be an emphasis throughout the grade levels. And then finally, scholars become lifelong learners who are prepared to succeed in any field. It's really just developing the love to learn, seeking the good, the true, and the beautiful. That's part of the curriculum. Anyway, so those are the points of distinction. I would add a few other things that are just like culturally, the students being in uniforms, a very high standard of dress for the teachers, trying to make the physical space accommodate to the classical environment as well. The hands-on tactile reading of books, very minimal use of Chromebooks, no presence of personal devices in the classroom, no kids like my son playing games on the Chromebook instead of whatever it is that they're supposed to be doing. There are several things that we hope will be distinctive. Anyway, hopefully that answers your question.
Trustee Hamchek?
Oh, well, first, actually, the Orange County Board of Ed did turn down a charter that had presented to us. I think, I don't remember what year it was, the Global Business Academy. So they actually have turned down a charter, and the Global Business Academy chose not to go on to the state to look for certification. So it's just jogging my memory there. You know what? I don't have anything else. I think staff has done an amazing work. I understand why you'd want to be in our school district. We have an amazing school district with great kids. And this is always humbling, the amount of expertise you need to truly move children forward. So I'm very appreciative of our staff's time, superintendent's leadership on this. I would like to put a motion forward if we are ready to. If not, I will wait and continue with discussion.
Are there any other trustees who'd like to add any discussion? I have one more comment, and that it relates to the legal standard that accuse us of not putting the last line of the charter legal statement about encouraging charters. Well, I think we have encouraged charters just by the fact that we have the most in Orange County. But part of that legal standard is also that the governing board of the school district shall grant a charter for the operation of a school if it is satisfied that granting the charter is consistent with sound educational practice and with the interests of the community in which the school is proposing to locate. So we have to be satisfied that you're doing that. You can't just say, yes, you're going to do that. Well, how are you going to do that? Oh, don't worry, we're going to do it. No, you're saying you're saying we have to satisfy a minimal standard and be charter friendly, and I'm saying, no, we have to be satisfied that you're gonna do, that you have a curriculum that's gonna work, a theory of action, a sound educational standard. So I kind of dismiss that criticism, but any other comments about, otherwise I'm gonna let Amy make a motion. Trustee Bolkus.
I have a question to staff. And in regards to what Trustee Jones said and Gary Davis nodding in agreement. So if we find ourselves with the options 1, 2, and 3, and the choice is to accept with adjustment with an MOU versus deny, based on your findings and your not being satisfied, would your preference be for them to go and apply to the Orange County School Board and possibly have them approve, and therefore then we have a charter, or they have a charter that could come to our location and they run it. They're in charge of it. We have no role in governing it.
So Trustee Willicus, is the question that are we changing our recommendation, or are we, what is?
Your preference. In other words, you're recommending to this board to deny it. And in doing so, they most likely will go to the Orange County School Board to get it approved. So that'll put us in the situation of probably having them, but without us then having oversight. So if you had to have one or the other, which is better for us?
I think staff will stand by the original recommendation. We recognize that if the board were to approve it, then those conditions would need to be, we would strongly recommend that it's with the conditions that are listed. And then we would provide the support necessary, but we stand by our recommendation to deny.
Ideally, when you go through this process and you give this feedback and you spend this kind of time, right? Charters would then take this feedback, they'd revise the charter, right? Take it back, revise the charter, and then turn it back in, right? Like charters were designed to serve underrepresented communities. There's all this charter history. And at the end of the day, it's turned into this, from my perspective, is it going to be then it becomes a political rather than really about what is the theory of action and the program for children. And so it's really, by law, you have to do one of these things, but in the ideal, charters would revise, right, to get to the standard by which the district is saying this is what's needed in Capistrano Unified School District. And this is not the first time that we have been in this circumstance. This is my 9th year. And I do believe this board has been very supportive of choice and of charters, but that you do have a very clear standard about what has to be in a charter so that you have assurances that they're going to make a school that's going to support children that you represent in this district. These are all public school children that are in this district. But that's not one of the choices, right? So given that, you're given these 3 choices under the law. So I think that's what makes it even harder, is that it's not really represented in Ed Code what it really means to, at the beginning of the Ed Code, what it means to encourage, to work together, to figure this out, because it's not an option under the law.
Trustee Jones?
So I 100% believe that the proponents are sincere and honest in their desire to create this school that they have envisioned. I believe this 100%. The staff has made comments, that their concerns I think some of them are easily addressed. Some of them have already been addressed. Some I think are not at all easily addressed. And there's the educational theory of action, that term is used. Now, I'm not an educator, far from it. And by the way, I do not believe that there's any attempt to make this a religious school. And I think that the accusation is made, and not in so many words, that we're not being open-minded about a different kind of school, and we have this sort of not invented here attitude. And I understand that. But there's still what the staff points out as a confusion between curriculum and instruction. And I do understand what that means. And I think that is not something that is easily addressed. I think that would be a major change to the charter petition. I would welcome the petitioners coming back and defining that, because it is tremendously vague by our standards in this district. And I don't think that's just a not invented here attitude. I tend to think that the classical academies that Mr. Pratt has described probably had that. But I think it needs to have more meat on the bones. I also, I'll just say I spent many hours yesterday walking precincts in the area that I represent as a trustee and for a candidate I've helped before. And I always want to work in San Juan because I'm one of very few Spanish speakers who volunteers. And door after door after door I go to, I have to say, ¿prefiere español o inglés? And the answer is always Espanol. And my trustee area is almost all English learners. And the problem I had the area I had the biggest problem with in what the staff brought up is the issue with English learners. And I just felt that there was a very significant lack of understanding of English language development and the need for it. And I can understand that you will probably mostly get private school and homeschool students who are not English language learners, but and they all need to learn leadership and patriotism and all the things that you're talking about. But we talk about in this district how in K through 3 you're learning to read, and in 4th grade on you're reading to learn. And when you add English learning into that, the kids have to learn English. They have to learn English to be able to access the curriculum. And I mean, I see the problems in my community of parents who don't know English and whose children are still struggling with it in 3rd and 4th grade and are going to not be able to access the curriculum as time goes on. And this really is a concern of mine. So if Trustee Hanachek doesn't mind, I would like to make a motion that we approve with conditions, which would be approving resolution 2223-30B and not remove the issues to be addressed in the MOU. I would invite the charter school to address those issues and come back to us. I think it's a big project. I think it would probably mean, this is just my personal opinion, would probably mean not opening next school year, which I know is what you want. But I think everyone would be happier with the result. And I think that you would be more successful if you did that. So that's the motion I am making. I know you're sincere. I believe in your beliefs, but I feel like there's a lot of hope here. And I think it's Vince Lombardi who is believed to have said hope is not a strategy. And I just feel like there's a lot of hope here. Thanks.
Trustee Hanachek?
Well, we'll have a motion on the table. I'm now totally confused by you, Gila. You went from scarcity of resources to your motion. So I just had to make a comment.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so,
A second the motion?
okay, it's been moved by trustee Jones, second by trustee Bolus to adopt resolution. Give me the number, Dr. Merwin. 30B.
That's correct. The one that ends in B.
2223-30B. This is approval with conditions. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this rather than. It has to be, okay. Oh, are you ready? Yeah, go ahead. Advisor Chow.
No.
Trustee Bolus,
Aye.
trustee Castellanos,
Nay.
trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee Hannachek,
Nay.
trustee Jones.
Because you've only got 2 votes and you need 4.
You need to.
Martha hasn't voted yet.
I haven't voted yet.
And then
Oh,
Martha
sorry.
votes.
Okay, so how many, what do we have so far?
You're 2.
2.
2-2, and Martha needs a vote and you need. to
Okay,
vote.
I will vote yes.
No. So we're 3-3, no action.
No action.
Now, are we open to taking another vote or? is that-
You can vote on the denial. You can vote on the denial if you want to vote on the denial. Because then you haven't really denied this charter. You've taken no action. So you can vote to deny or not deny.
I guess I'd like to make one comment on the motion to adopt with conditions. I don't know, I'm trying to in my mind, think about what is the likelihood that they will be able to meet those conditions in the next 6 weeks? Because that's our timeline, right? And I'm guessing that's not going to happen. And I think that's also going to be a lot of work for them and for us in the next 6 weeks to end up with the same result. That's why I did not support it. Okay.
Dr. Moon, we've done this before with a charter. Can you describe that?
Can I ask Heidi, legal counsel?
So our timeline would be that we have to come to an agreement with the MOU by December 23rd, 2022. So we would need to come to an agreement with the charter school by the 23rd to come back to the board in January for the board to approve the MOU. That doesn't mean that they've met all the conditions of the MOU. It's just that the MOU would be agreed upon. And then within the MOU would be timelines for each item. So some items like the comprehensive safety plan might not be able to be completed until they know the facility where they'll be located. So there's timelines within the MOU, but the MOU, the charter school and the district have to come to an agreement on the MOU by December 23rd, or it becomes a denial at that point.
Did you want to?
Can we hear from CRLA to see if they think that that would be amenable to them, that they could come up with that?
Already took
covered
no
the motion,
action.
We already had the vote. Now we're just discussing.
You took no actions. Yeah, so you can vote on the denial and then whether you're 3-3 or you take action on that, that may or may not be important to the Orange County appeal.
Can we hear from CRLA to see if that, and because did you want to vote again or no?
No, but I want to go back over our options. If we don't get 4 votes on any of these, it becomes an automatic denial, correct?
It is considered,
in effect, it's
considered no action, which then they can appeal no action to the Orange County Board.
So is there any appetite for a second motion on anything? Okay, I think we're done. Right?
Yeah, they have taken no action to have a petition without an MOU. Is that right, Dr. Merwin?
That's correct. So the 3-3 needs no action for resolution 30B. The only other option at this point now is to vote on 30A, which would be on the denial.
But we don't have to do that either, right? Well, you don't know that, but
Okay, let's go through it. I would like to make a motion. I move to follow staff recommendation and deny the charter petition adopting resolution number 2223-30A.
second. A motion by trustee Hannachek, second by trustee Castellanos to adopt A. And the denial following staff recommendations. Ms. Hayes, we need roll call again.
Student Advisor Joe. Trustee Bullockis.
So is this a double negative? It's
Vote, you vote
deny, but if I vote yes, then I'm saying.
deny.
deny.
If you're
If I
voting-
vote no. It's
Then you're-
not denying.
Right.
Okay.
So we're voting yes to deny.
Yes. Yes to
Yes to
deny,
follow
no.
staff recommendation.
The student advisor wants to change the vote.
Well, and you can still change your vote because there's no final vote yet. So let's go back.
Here, the motion is to follow staff recommendation and to deny the charter.
Okay,
You'd say yes, deny if that's what you want to do, or no, you don't want to deny.
okay.
Okay, let's start over. Ms. Hayes. Student Advisor Joe. Trustee Bullockis.
No.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee
Me.
Handcheck.
Aye.
Trustee Jones. Trustee Jones is passing for now. Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Nay. So it's 3-3, again, no action.
Right, so both of those will go to the charter so they can go to.
Oh, yeah, they want a clarification.
It not on the record, we can't clarify, but we're happy to have our attorney clarify with you. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. We are on to our next item.
We're going to allow the one speaker that we missed during oral
Now
communication.
let's let her, you can then let's take a break for a second. Okay. Apologies, Jessica.
It's okay. Apology accepted. It happens. Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees, Student Advisor. My name is Jessica Geyer, and I'm representing CUCPTSA Legislation Advocacy Team tonight with a huge thank you to Trustee Castellanos and her core team of parent volunteers and community member volunteers who worked tirelessly to support a bond to pay for our aging facilities in Aliso Viejo and improvements for those facilities. Your work has not gone unnoticed, and your dedication to our students, your passion, you dropped everything and put every ounce of what you had into this bond passing. And although it did not pass, I hope you know that everyone here and many of us online understand that you and your team did absolutely everything you could. You left every stone unturned. You left no stones unturned. And it was your energy and your passion and your drive and your commitment to the students of Aliso Viejo that garnered the parents of your core group to believe just as much as you did that this was the value of your community, supporting getting these dollars to support students. So again, just a huge thank you for your leadership and lending your passion and your fire to this district and to the students of your community and your team as well. Thank you from me and our team for your work. And like Greg Young said, we will continue to educate and we will make them understand. And Trustee McNicholas, from our ledge team, your unwavering support of our legislation advocacy team will really be missed, and just your support of our district in general. I always love your comparison of PTA being like the mafia. You can never get out but you're always family. And so you are always welcome to join us at any of our meetings in the future, because I always love having you there. And your input and your support of us is always welcome. So you're an honorary member of our legislation advocacy team, and we really thank you for your service.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thanks for letting me speak to out of.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Back at 10:40. Yes. What is
No, I don't actually.
Trustee McNicholas, the live stream has now begun.
Okay, we are missing two trustees. Okay, well, Krista just left it us. Well, we do have a quorum. What I'm gonna ask first of all is a motion to extend because we are coming up on 11 o'clock. Extend to okay, that's a motion by trustee Jones. Second by trustee Bullockis to extend the meeting until midnight if necessary. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion passes 4-0-3. Well, normally I have to say 6-0-1. So I've been 6-0-1 it's been wrong. Oh, sorry. 4-0-2. Thank you. We are on to agenda item 14A2. California Department of Education best practices regarding a district advisory committee for school capacity analysis. I think this is Clark Hampton.
Yes, it is. Thank you, President McNicholas. So on October 19th, the board approved forming a district advisory committee to review school facilities and capacity needs, and then ask staff to come back with a presentation on CDE best practices. So before we get into the best practices, I'd like to go over the first slide and stuff. Okay. So okay, good. So we let the board know that the committee, the district advisory committee would be one member of the board would select each member of the advisory committee from the new board that's formed after the November 8th election. So the new board, each new board member will be given background on the district advisory committee, and so that they are informed before they can make their selection of the member they'd like to serve on the committee. We recommend that the trustees contact those they would like to request to serve to ensure their participation, and to select multiple members just in case, multiple people just in case their primary selection can't serve. And also to keep in mind the recommendation from the California Department of Education, which is the process, the district advisory committee's function is to gather facts, and it has to be as credible, transparent, and non-political as possible. And then once the members are selected, the first meeting will be held with the committee sometime in December, maybe early January, depending on how quickly we can bring the members together. And their first meeting will be going over the rules of the Brown Act and what the purpose and charge is of the committee and the timeline for that, which we'll also share later in this presentation. So a district advisory committee for school capacity analysis, their objective is to follow board policy 7100, determining needs. They are an independent advisory committee. They're subject to the Brown Act, and they'll complete the analysis and provide their recommendation to the superintendent and staff that will then provide a recommendation to the board. They may not be exactly the same. It's not required that they be the same. Specific areas of review will be evaluating enrollment projections for the areas of impact on surplus space, inventorying the capacity and conditions of existing facilities, considering the uniqueness of education program of each site, evaluating specific schools identified for further analysis, evaluating projected cost savings, considering options for students, recommending a transition or implementation strategy, and then making specific recommendations about specific school sites to the board. And then under current consideration, so the California Department of Education envisions school facilities that enhance the achievement for all students and are learner-centered, safe, sustainable, and centers of community. That's all of our primary objectives. And then as new developments formed and Capistrano Unified, that's when our schools were built. And there was a significant amount of growth from the early 1990s to 2010. So this PowerPoint page presents that growth, and you can see from 1990, which is the starting point, even though the district organized, unified in 1965, a significant amount of growth occurred between 1990 and 2007, when 31 schools were built in that time frame. It's over 55% of the schools in Capistrano Unified. And then you can see this chart where we've been declining. So this is normal for school districts to grow rapidly when development is being coming online, and schools are being built to serve the homes in those developments. And when neighborhoods are built out, then you start to see the students will age up through the schools and age out. And then what remains in the home are the parents, no more students. And then at any point in time when the house changes hands, then you may or may not have students in that home. So you see the decline occur as the students age out, and then you can see our projections are to kind of level off and have somewhat of an equilibrium of enrollment between 35 and 40,000 students. We're still experiencing growth in the east side in Rancho Mission Viejo. We expect two more schools potentially to be built, one after Rayenda, and then that would be pretty much it for the growth, but it's not enough to really offset the overall decline that we're seeing at the rest of the district. So with that, it's important for school districts when they get to this point to start evaluating their school capacity. So that's what brings us to where we are now. So the challenge is what I mentioned is reaching that peak enrollment, and we're seeing these declines, expecting to go through 2031 and then slowing. And it's incumbent upon us to be good stewards of our facilities and evaluate our needs and realign our schools with the enrollment that we expect. So we're guided by board policy 7100, 7110 passed by the board on December 16, 2020. And the criteria identified for evaluating school capacity is utilizing CDE best practices, and the following slides will explain kind of how you go about arriving at which schools you would evaluate. So the beginning part of reviewing schools as part of best practices is the top 3 lines is for how you would narrow it down based on enrollment in schools. So target enrollment of 700. So overall enrollment is fewer than 75% of the target, so 525 students. So that's your first cut. And then you go to assigned attendance area is less than half the target school average enrollment for 350 students. So you're looking at not only the enrollment of the school site, because with school choice, you can impact the enrollment in a particular school. You also look at the enrollment within that attendance area. And then after you narrow that down, then the 4 areas below are more fine tuning. So the projected enrollment from assigned attendance area can be accommodated at nearby schools. School capacity of nearby schools can accommodate new enrollment. There's a projected benefit to the general fund, and you review sites in need of substantial maintenance within the next 3 to 5 years. So there's nuance to the way you go about evaluating this, and that's why it's so important to have this clear, transparent way with the district advisory committee to kind of share that, look at that data, share that analysis, and understand it more deeply. So California Department of Best Practices, what the committee will do is gather facts, decide which schools will be considered based on that criteria I just shared, then making the decision, recommendations about making the decision, making the transition if there's a change in disposition of a school site. And then if there is a site that's determined to be surplus, which is a whole separate process, then how that would go about disposing of surplus property. So those are all part of the things that the California Department of Education discusses how you would go about evaluating your school facilities. And then there's a link below to that best practices, more detail for people who are interested in looking at that. So the gathering facts, District Advisory Committee will gather facts on the current district facility use, review enrollment projections. They'll learn about how school districts do enrollment. They'll learn about the impacts of school choice and how that impacts the evaluation of schools. They'll consider other relevant information and then develop a recommendation. So these are some of the components of school capacity analysis. These are all the kinds of things that we'd be sharing with the District Advisory Committee so that they understand how to go about doing it. It's not as simple as a lot of people may think as far as doing the evaluation. And so these are the items that the California Department of Education feel must be considered as a best practice. Okay, so when the decision-making time comes, the District Advisory Committee will make a recommendation, and then staff will make a recommendation to the board at a public meeting for next steps. And then best practices are when you're making transitions in the disposition of the school property, you want to make sure you involve parents, school staff, community members, and then have a district transition team so that everybody is aware and knowledgeable about the reasons behind any kind of changes that are taking place with school facilities in the district. And then our decision timeline is, so November 9th board meeting now is our best practices presentation. In December, we hope to have the first district advisory committee meeting, sometime December or early January. And then at that meeting, we'll review historical background and data overview of the Brown Act requirements so they understand that. And then how we'll go about setting the meetings, agendizing them, and posting them for the public to review. And then January 23, District Advisory Committee number 2 will continue to review data and information. In February, meeting 3, review student enrollment options. March, meeting 4, finalize recommendations. And this is not a hard timeline. This can be adjusted based on the needs of the District Advisory Committee. And we will keep the board informed of any adjustments to the schedule as needed. And then in April, board meeting presentation, review District Advisory Committee recommendations, and then conduct public meetings on schools affected in April-May timeframe of 2023. Again, could be adjusted as needed. May 2023, board meeting, conduct public hearings and approve recommendations. June of 23, develop and convene district transition team and have meeting number 1 to discuss communications and notifications to parents, students, community, and staff. August 2023, then district transition team number 2, review district needs and identify sites for repurposing, recommend sites for potential surplus if applicable. And in October 2023, board meeting to accept report, declare any properties that would be needed to be declared surplus and pursue potential disposal. So the District Advisory Committee will start the beginning of the process to narrow down options for recommendation to the board, and then the transition team will be a separate process as outlined in the timeline. So that concludes the presentation. We also have online Lori with the consultant who will be helping us. John Forney and I will be the staff working with the committee along with Lori.
Do we have any blue cards on this? Okay. Trustee Hatcher.
You probably said this and I spaced out. The meetings with this group, the DAC, there'll be open meetings, so the public would come and
Yes.
hear the meetings.
Yeah, they'll be subject to the Brown Act. They'll be agendized.
They'll be
according to the Brown Act.
agendized. Okay, so then just Martha can attest this, our experience with this type of level of district-wide engagement, having been the parent on the other side listening into the meetings, Then there's the push towards board members. So I just want to make sure that we will also be advised, because we don't want to also get into a Brown Act type of situation, because we will be petitioned and petitioned hard by parents who are listening in and seeing what they feel is potentially the path that the committee is going down to recommend. So these are all things we need to be mindful of. You know, it sounds very neat and tidy, and I really like that, and it won't be. So all of us will have to be prepared for the type of information that they're gonna go. They're gonna go hard. And then we want to make sure that the transparency is all the way. We don't want the public to think it's already a foregone conclusion. They will. So with those meeting notes, will they be filmed or taped, or no? Will you have minutes?
I'm not sure yet if they'll be recorded.
Okay, so, you know, because this is the other thing that will happen, they will think that we already have decided, right? There are things like that. So just, you know, history, having been there, if you can't think it, you will. It's highly emotional, highly disruptive and chaotic, no matter how well you do it. And I appreciate this work and what you presented. So I just have to speak from experience.
That's why your comments, I want to just emphasize again, that the California Department of Education says, and it's in italics because it's from their website, the process of gathering the facts must be as credible, transparent, and non-political as possible. And that'll be what we will strive to do. And we all know that these kinds of things are very difficult for school districts to be looking at a capacity and evaluating school sites. It's not easy to do. It's not enjoyable for anybody, but it's something that we have to do. And our goal will be to keep that, be meeting that guideline from the California Department of Education to keep the process open and so that it's credible and transparent, and we can avoid as much as possible that kind of foregone conclusion type of thing.
Yeah, getting down to the specific details. So our next board meeting is on December 14th. And as noted on page 16, you've got, December 22, January 23 will be the first meeting. How do you want us to present the person that we would like to appoint? I mean, is there an application we're going to fill out? Do I give you their name and they can attend this first meeting? What if they come and once they hear it all, they're like, yeah, this is bigger than I want to get into? Can you talk a little bit about how we're going to go through that process, please?
So we're not going to we're not going to agendize the first meeting until we have all the members and they've agreed to serve on the committee. So as recommended in the presentation, each trustee should have a primary person and speak with them and give them some background, point them to this presentation. There's a link there that goes to CAD best practices. It's very comprehensive outline and has branches out to additional information that will help them understand what they would need to do. And then have some secondary and maybe tertiary, I very rarely use that word, people that you could have as backups in case someone can't serve, they don't want to serve when they because they just don't want to, or maybe they have a conflict and they are unable to serve because they're busy with something else. So I would recommend that each trustee have several people to select from and provide it to staff, a primary and some secondary, so that we can then contact the primary, go from there, and then have backup just in case. And then once we have
that name ready to present at the December meeting, or
no, it would be
give it to you ahead of time?
After the meetings, separately to the staff.
You can just email like what we do with IMRC. I think what we can get out to you is there's a one pager in here. We'll get you out the one pager and an email, right, to start them. And if there are questions that they have, we also could get them in contact either with Clark or John, so that folks could kind of have that understanding, field some questions based on that email and one pager. And then they would confirm for sure, yep, I'm ready to be your representative or not.
Okay, I've got a couple more questions. So we have what you have in your PowerPoint here in our notebook, and then we've got the revised. How different is it? Can I share this revised with the person that I want to approach?
Yes,
And, but how different is it from this if I then take the one out of my notebook so I keep
the
it?
revised PowerPoint? Or
What's in the notebook and which is paper here, and then this one that says stamped revised, how is it different?
the PowerPoint was revised only to add, the only thing that was changed is
Yeah,
this.
in other words, so I'm safe to
Yeah.
give them,
Yeah, the only thing that was changed is we added the schools that were built in those timeframes.
That was
That's-
my request to have an overlay of how many schools we had. And so that's not in your binder. It's in your revised where it says 11 schools, 5 schools, 15 schools, right?
Yeah, so there's nothing.
Oh, I see.
significant- There's no
Okay.
significant changes in the rest of the PowerPoint.
Yeah, it's not anything that would cause your person to say, oh, wait a minute. No, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Or yes, great.
It's-
I got that.
yeah, so
And
that-
then,
And then we'll, as the superintendent mentioned, we'll provide the one pager for them to provide some guidance for them as well. And then they can contact staff if they have questions.
okay, and I had one more question, but there's something trustee Hannah, oh, I have a comment, like trustee Hannah was in forethought of things that could go wrong. We had a recent committee that, when formulated at the end, seemed to take on the position that they were put together as this advisory committee, therefore, we will take their advice. And so through this process, I just want that to make sure that we say, they're gonna go through this for us, it's an advisory, and we will take their advice, but then we will be discussing it further.
That'll be part of the first meeting and understanding the Brown Act and also what the word recommendation means. And which is, it's a recommendation, but it's so we'll provide that background for them. And it's, again, it's 7 members, so it'll be a lot, it's a lot of more of a streamlined committee than the advisory committee from before, which was more of trying to be all inclusive of all areas and things. This is more streamlined.
It probably would be good to remind them of that though periodically, maybe not in every meeting, but reminding them periodically that it would probably be good to remind them periodically throughout their service that they're making a recommendation, but you know, we could in theory not accept any of it. I think that's unlikely. I think that the board would probably accept a good portion of it. But just so they do understand, because trustee Bullock is exactly correct, that there was a lot of unhappiness with the board not doing what was recommended by a previous committee. So just early and often.
And also kind of reiterating what trustee Hanachek said, and that's because we've been through the attendance boundary and the calendar committee thing. When you have a public meeting, people can come and say really nasty things to you and follow you out to your car and run into you in the grocery store and threaten you. And so we need to kind of both prepare these people and protect them.
And we will, and we'll make sure that the presentations that are provided at each of the public meetings, it provides information that will help protect them. In other words, it's not that they're like a decision maker that needs to be influenced. That's why the CDE recommends these best practices, that you run it in a process. It's about the data, it's about the information, and there's some nuance there, but it's all done upfront and out in the open. And this is how the analysis is performed to minimize that kind of political.
Well, it doesn't necessarily get political. It's people get passionate about their local schools. You know, we went through the Crown Valley thing, and we went to Barcelona Hills, and you know,
That website, yeah, the website right there. They start off. CDE starts off talking about how difficult this is for school.
Okay.
districts.
Can I ask one last question?
Oh, it doesn't have to be your last. Go ahead.
Okay. So because of the Brown Act, we can't attend the meetings. But it's okay once we have our appointees to be able to kind of touch base with them, correct? And how's it going? And, anything you're chatting, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As
just,
long as the Brown Act is followed, everything is okay.
yeah, just double check it. Thank you.
And we'll produce the materials so that people can see them online or see them posted so that, maybe they won't come because it's totally transparent.
Will it be online and being able to pull a blue card and?
Well, we haven't talked about that part. I just think we have to be really careful about the pull the blue card thing. Because I think then people can come and observe, right? I do think at a part of the agenda, you do have to do some level of public comment. We just have to be really thoughtful about how we do that. Because this isn't a decision-making body. It is a group just coming together transparently to share, to understand information and ultimately make a recommendation.
I just get worried with that because, we did have an advisory committee that it wasn't in question, but asking someone to do this, a lot of meetings, it's a lot of input. And then if our meetings start dragging out like our board meetings with lots of input, what we're asking is, they're not getting paid, they're volunteering their time on this project that we have selected them for, that we think that they've got to.
I have one recommendation for trustees along the line of that it's not paid or anything like that. Many people in the community who work in the community sometimes have public service requirements as part of their job. Some private companies say, some executives need to provide some public service. And so that might be something that, people who tend to work in private industry and they have that public service requirement as part of their job. This is a great way to provide that.
We'll look at ways to manage all of that and how we can craft norms and bylaws so that it doesn't turn into something that's 6 hours.
Trustee Jones? Yeah, very quickly. I have chosen my person who has agreed to do it, and who I think will do a very good job. But this person has asked me whether there will be a lot of time spent in meetings versus time spent on one's own doing analysis, gathering data, understanding the data that's been presented, et cetera. And it was my opinion that there would be more of the latter and less of the former. That they weren't going to be, lots of 2-hour meetings. There would be, analysis and data gathering and that kind of thing. Is that?
I think each, each member, I'm thinking in terms of me being, say I were a member of this committee as an individual in the community, it would depend on my aptitude for the data. So there could be.
Say it again, they would do what?
My aptitude for the data. So if in the meeting, some people might understand what's being presented in the meeting and be pretty clear with it, because maybe that's part of their job. Maybe they're a demographer, so it just comes to them and they understand it. Others then will have the resources available to them and staff available to answer questions if they need more time.
But we aren't asking the individual people to go out and do their own research and information.
The staff will be providing the data to them. And
Okay.
they can spend all the time they want with it based on how quickly they understand it.
Okay.
Do you need any action on this or are we good to go?
I think it's just an information item.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I think we're going to move on to 14A3. This is spring 2022 California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress Results. I wish we had a full room to hear all of this. Okay, all right, you guys are still here. This is Dr. Merwin. Thank you.
Thank you, President McNicholas, Trustee Superintendent Patel Wiltsey. Staff presents item 3, Spring 2022 California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress Results. We have a brief presentation to share where we will provide an overview of our student test results from last spring that were released to the public on October the 24th. As you mentioned, a lot of great things to celebrate here. So appreciate the people that are in the room tonight to enjoy it and those that are online. So Tonight, we present results in English language arts, mathematics, science, and English and Spanish language performance. We will also compare our scores to the state and county averages and with other unified districts in Orange County. Finally, we will compare our scores with 2019, which is the last year's standardized test we provided to our students due to the pandemic. So in the presentation, I'm going to give you a quick front load here. You're going to note that in spite of the unprecedented challenges that faced our students, our families, and our staff from March of 2020 through spring of 2022, our scores showed minimal declines and actual gains by some groups of students. With the support of our board and the dedication and hard work of our teachers, classified staff, and administrators, our scores remain strong because students returned safely to in-person learning earlier than other districts, and because our students benefited from the implementation of a comprehensive and targeted intervention plan as part of a multi-tiered system of support. So first, we present English language arts and the percentage of CUSD students in grades 3 through 8 and 11 who met or exceeded state standards on the Smart Balanced Assessment. As you note in this graph, CUSD was 70% of students meeting or exceeding standards, outperformed the county and state averages, and outperformed all but 2 districts in Orange County. Finally, comparing the 2022 scores against the previous state test scores from 2019, our CUSD students declined only 0.8%. So in a typical year, we are not celebrating declines in test scores. But the past 2 years were anything but typical. So as this graph demonstrates, out of all the unified school districts in Orange County, CUSD students had the smallest decline and the greatest resilience. So this chart demonstrates the same percentage of CUSD for English language arts. So it's looking at it just a little bit differently. Same data, comparing 2019 to 2022, demonstrating the amount of learning loss during the time period. So the districts are listed from smallest decline to greatest decline. And as this chart demonstrates, CUSD had the smallest decline and the 3rd highest percentage overall. As we move on to mathematics, CUSD students grades 2 through 8 and 11 again outperformed the county and state averages and outperformed all but 3 other districts in Orange County. 61.18% met or exceeded the standards in mathematics. When looking at the impact of the pandemic on learning loss for mathematics, CUSD declined by only 3.6%. Only 1 other district was more successful in mitigating learning loss, and that was only a 0.6% difference compared to CUSD. And here again is the same chart that you looked at for language arts, showing state and county averages, showing the ranked by declines. And as you can see, CUSD had the 3rd highest percentage overall, 2nd lowest decline of all unified districts. So these bar graphs demonstrate CUSD student test scores in English language arts by grade level, comparing each grade level's percentage of meeting or exceeding in 2019, which is the blue bar, with 2022 in the yellow bar. Noticed we used Capo colors. Thank you, Michelle Bennett. The grades 5, 7, and 11 showed increases, whereas the other grade levels showed decreases. The bar graph on this slide demonstrates the results of our different subgroups in English language arts comparing 2019 to 2022. SED stands for socioeconomic disadvantaged, EL stands for English learner, RFEP stands for redesignated fluent English proficient, and SWD stands for students with disabilities. As you can see from the graphs, there was an increase of students who met or exceeded the standards who are English learners, redesignated fluent English, and socioeconomically disadvantaged who met or exceeded the standards, whereas fewer students with disabilities met or exceeded the standards compared to 2019. These bar graphs show CUSD students' test scores in math by grade level, again comparing 2019 to 2022. Grade 5 showed an increase in the percentage of students meeting or exceeding. Grades 4 and 11 showed very minimal increases, and the other grade levels showed decreases. Question? I can see it on your face.
I'm not ready to fall out of the chair. That's amazing. You just said grade 5. Math usually dips for us in grade 5, but on this chart, it actually improved. Kind of funny.
That's correct. Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit
At this hour.
about why that's the case. And then the data on this slide demonstrates the average of students meeting or exceeding in the different student groups, comparing 2019 to 2022. Similar to ELA, there's an increase in students who are English learners who have met or exceeded the standards, whereas the other subgroups, there were fewer students that met or exceeded. We're now switching content areas to look at student achievement in science, with each bar graph demonstrating the percentage of students who met or exceeded. Only students in grades 5, 8, and 12 took the California Science Test, also known as the CAST. This covered the areas of life, earth, and science, life, earth, and space, and physical sciences. These data demonstrates that students in CUSD outperform their peers at state level, and that overall more CUSD students met or exceeded the standard in 2022 than did the students who took it in 2019. Finally, students in grade 5 showed the most improvement over their 2019 peers. We're now presenting the California Spanish assessment, and students in our Spanish language 2A immersion elementary and middle school programs took this assessment last year, which is a Spanish language arts assessment. Overall, 45% of the students who took the test scored at the moderate and high levels. The students in 5th grade outperformed their peers in other grade levels. This is a newer test. As you notice, we have never presented data on this before. And we look forward to seeing our students perform in future years and using this data and supporting our teachers in how to use it to inform their instruction. This is a new test now that we will be referencing moving forward. And final set of data tonight is for our English learners. This is the LPAC, also which is English Language Proficiency Assessment for California. Determines English learner language proficiency. So this is 4 parts of the assessment: speaking and listening, which make up the oral language, and writing and reading determine the written language. So students need a score 4 to be considered for redesignation. So this is an important test for them. Overall, the same percent of students received a 3 or 4 on 2022 compared to 2021. Note that, and notice this has been, we've actually been doing this one, there wasn't a pause the way there was for SBA. Note that the percentage of students scoring 3 or 4 on oral language was 3% lower in 2022 compared to 2021. But interestingly enough, on the written language section, it went up, and that's the harder part of the test. And you'll note in 2020, participation was very low due to the move to distance learning that year. And the dashboard is about to return. So you remember this has been paused over the last couple of years. It will be released next month. Dashboard is an online tool that displays the performance of school districts, schools, and student groups, kind of set of state and measures that are listed there on the slide. This year is going to be a reset year. So in other years, you had the different colors. This will only be one color because it's a base. They're resetting the baseline. Because again, there have been a couple of years where it hasn't been used. We will provide additional information to trustees in December as soon as it's released. And finally, we remind you of our continuing commitment to our strong theory of action for multi-tiered system of support to meet the unique needs of every student in our district, with the strategies that are in place to help our students meet their full potential. So continuing to support these strategies listed there, trainings, resources, and support, we will continue to move forward. And we look forward to coming back February 2023 to provide you an update on our progress at the February 22nd board meeting. So I am joined by the CNI team, if they're still awake. I think they are. And we are here to answer any questions. Thank you very much for your support.
Steve Bullock.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think Martha and I being on CSBA as delegates, we probably read even more articles all the reporting out about how bad California is and because of COVID and all the learning loss. But parents are reading that in the media too. I'm not suggesting all these graphs, but I think whether it's an insider or on an email, we need to promote this. And because our parents are already thrilled about the fact that their kids got to come back for in-class instruction before other school districts. But our focus, and for this, I really think that we should share with them that we did great. I mean, and
Big billboard over Ortega Highway and the 405. I think that graph.
an email's not even up, yeah, but I would promote this and I don't know, make your sign and people drive in, I don't know. Anyways, figure out a way to get this out to parents.
We appreciate that because what a testament to our teachers, to our classified staff, our administrators, to our board for the support through those 2 years and coming out of it and investing it in this way has made a significant difference. We should advertise it.
And do teachers, have the teachers seen this, that we can applaud them? They were a part of this whole equation. So I think there's some things you share with the board, but it's like, if you could send that out to the teachers, I think it's tremendous. And they feel great about that.
Trustee Hanchek?
Just to expand on that, I'm sitting here kicking myself and feeling we missed an opportunity. We probably need as a board to start figuring out how to do this type of work when people are here. So either when the superintendent doing her comments, instead, really, we could go for substance of teaching and learning and have this, it could have been in a video form. So it's kind of like spotlight on learning. So I don't want to spotlight on learning unless it's fantastic. But you know, I think this is where we need to go. We have a lot of wonderful extraneous things that happen, but we've got to have people focus, as Judy said, this information out there, they think it applies to us. And I spend a lot of my time telling them no. And then one other comment, and then maybe, I don't know if this figures in with your data, during this period of time, we of course lost a significant amount of young students, but this may not be in this grade area, it might be more the younger ones, but feeling that those students, many went to homeschooling or private. Traditionally, sometimes those students do perform higher. So when you look at that our students that that were with us, perhaps might have not necessarily been the super high. And I don't know if that was figured in. When you look at that, when you look at our students that we were teaching, the others had fled, this is even more significant to me. So I think we've got some fun stuff to expand on with what you brought forward. And yeah, I'm just kicking myself. Thank you.
And I, especially on the designated groups, the the SEDs and the ELs, they went up. We think, oh, those are the ones that are most impacted by learning loss. Well, no, we got that.
In California.
Yeah, and the rest of California, we got it. You guys got
Yeah,
it.
those trends statewide were significant for those groups.
Yeah.
We reversed that trend.
Yeah. The other thing I want to comment is on your last slide there, all the different things that the restrengthening, the PE program, the MTSS specialists, those are things we're paying out of that huge reserve we have, right? That's where we're paying for all those? Okay, just wanted to clarify for anybody who's listening on that, all that extra money we have, that's where we're going to spend it. So, Trustee Bullock, you have another question?
Well, on that note, I already brought back to you in terms of what the principals and the teachers were saying when it comes to the budget and all, that the decreased class size, the elementary having the PE, and they're all thrilled about their MTSS. And oh, they would not want to see that go away because what it's doing for the PLC and their, teachers grouping and all, that they're seeing those statistics in terms of being able to look at individual, kids. And because they get it down to that micro level and how they're able to address it, come up with solutions for that it's so valuable to them. So those three things are so important.
When we come back in December at first interim, The slides will include how we believe we can pay for these things. Sometimes out of one-time money, sometimes in ongoing money, to continue the very strategies that are supporting kids that came originally out of so much of the CARES Act.
Any other comments? Okay, we don't have to take any action on this, but thank you. And again, I wish we read, you guys spread the word, okay? The ones that are hearing this, you tell them. We are on to item 14A4. This is first reading of board policy 1312.3, uniform complaint procedures. This is Dr. Presby.
Thank you, President Nicholas. Trustees and Superintendent Vital Rolte, staff presents the first reading of board policy 1312.3, the uniform complaint procedure. These updates are a result of the federal program monitoring audit. Even though this board policy was revised May 18th of this year, these have come out from the audit and it's recommended that these updates are made. So we will be in compliance with the federal program monitoring. Staff recommends approval.
Questions or comments? Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Moved by trustee Davis, second by trustee Bolus. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. We can do that on a first reading.
I move to waive our policy. Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Davis, second by trustee Bolus to waive our policy and approve on the first reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Okay, on to our last item, I believe. Item 14A5.
Yes, and then at the end, this is my item. And then at the end, we have two
Other,
pulled from consent that we have to do. So this is just an update to BP 9100 to recognize that we don't have trustees on the instructional materials, that you approve the schedule, and that you designate December as the annual meeting, and that you have 2 representatives as delegates to CSBA, and it has one typo, just a fix. So I encourage you to pass this, and then it will come back. The actual work will come back at your December meeting and your annual organizational meeting to then appoint members of the board to all the different ad hocs and delegates and that kind of thing.
trustee Davis.
I'm approval with first, this is the first reading, yes.
Well, I'm not sure we can do both in one, but I will second the motion to do one or the other. Can we do them both together?
I will. It's a little late for me, sorry. I will move approval for waiving the first reading.
Okay, I will second that.
Okay, moved by trustee Davis, second by trustee Jones to waive the first reading or waive second reading to approve on the first. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes 6-0. I have a question about what typo was on there.
There was an A.
Elect a representative.
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second. Moved by trustee Bullock, second by trustee Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6. Oh, all opposed say no. Opposed say no. Motion passes 6-0. We go back to our 2 consent items. Ms. Hayes, will you remind us which one those are?
A3 and A5.
B5. A3 is, this is independent contractor. I think trustee Davis, was this yours?
It's mine, yeah.
Trustee Jones, what were you?
So I'm okay with all of them, except I would like to pull from this particular set of contracts, the one with LPA. And I think this is something that we probably don't have the votes for tonight, and that's one of my reasons for pulling it. But I think this is something that the next board should be considering. It starts on page 171.
Mr. Hampton, Mr. Forney, can you remind us what that contract is for?
So I'm going to ask Mr. Forney to respond to that.
Yeah, this is for the Dana Hills High School two-story project. The city's requiring additional work for curb cuts on city property for a fire lane access to go off of Golden Lantern. So there's additional scope that needs to be done with the architect.
So the board already approved a scope of LPA, and this is an addendum to that scope.
That's correct.
Right, so something has come up that's requiring the architect to do more work, which is perfectly reasonable. But I am concerned about going further down this road with bond issues we already have. And I'm just very concerned about this. So I'm not in favor of this particular item. I would be willing, I'm very happy to bring it up at the December meeting or whatever. But I think that the newly elected board should consider it.
This is not part of the bond issue. This is part of the two-story building
That's correct.
already have funding for.
Okay, well,
What is this, the driveway? Something about, did you say something about a driveway that has to be?
Yeah, for fire access to the new building where it's proposed, it will require a curb cut and new cutout along Golden Lantern. And so it was unexpected, but this is what the fire authority will require. So
Gila, your motion is to pass all consent without this contract, bring this contract back at the December meeting.
that is my motion, yes.
I second that.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Two-story building. Okay, all right. Yes, but are we even? Yeah. So,
I think President.
I called for a vote. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. No.
wait a minute, I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't paying attention. So I'm saying approve this without approve the whole item without this particular piece.
Yes,
Okay,
I understood that.
okay, so I am voting in favor of that.
Okay, so let's take the vote one more time.
So we're voting with approving the whole
Item,
A3 without this particular.
And this contract would come back in December. Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
aye.
All opposed, say no. No, it's 3-3.
Okay, right. So then there's no action. So we need another motion in order to approve the rest of A3. Because we need 13A3 approved in some manner, shape, or form.
I will, oh, okay, well, we still need to do the other item that was pulled.
Well, before we do the other item, we got to deal with this item. Otherwise, this has no action
Okay.
whatsoever. So I need a new motion.
This item, wait a minute.
It'd be your same motion again if you don't want to put it as. But the problem I have, Gila, is this is not, it doesn't have anything to do with bonds. And the rest of the rebuild Dana. This is a project.
I mean, I know it doesn't in your mind, but it does in mine.
So that's really not on our agenda.
That's not on this agenda.
But this is.
That's fine. So you made your motion and it unfortunately was a draw. There's, so then there's another motion.
Well, there's no motion now.
Motion.
You could make a motion, somebody could make a motion to pass the rest of 13A3 and deal with this separately.
That's what her
That's
motion
what her
was.
motion was.
Bring it back.
She didn't make.
Is it
the
an
same-
amount?
what is the amount on this contract?
23,925. My concern is that we are paying an architect to design a building that we may not end up building. And that is my concern. And it's a relatively small amount. I am loath to spend more money on an architect to build a building we may not decide to build.
The issue on the agenda is not to whether go forward on that building or not, because there's other things happening.
That's right.
A building as well, Mr. Forney.
So let's clarify what's already approved and already happening. So there's already a contract with LPA for some amount of money that they are right now drawing plans and doing work on that two-story building. Can you clarify that, Mr. Forney?
Yes, absolutely. So yes, LPA has been approved to design the entire building to get it to the Division of State Architect. In doing this process, the city or the fire authority, excuse me, said you're going to have access off of Golden Lantern. So working with the city, the only way to do that is to do a curb cut, and it's additional work outside the original scope. So without this approval and moving forward, we would not be able to submit drawings and finish the drawings to DSA. It would kind of put a halt to where we are with the drawings.
I think that's what Trustee Jones wants to do.
And I'm perfectly willing to vote on this with the board that we will have in another month. I
think
just,
that's you're being political about it.
I am concerned about this. I did not feel that we should do this in the first place, and I don't think we should spend more money on it. But if another board just says if there's enough votes for it there, I'm not going to fight over it. But at this point, I don't think we should do it.
Trustee Jones, it looks like this would be something that a future board member or yourself would request to put back on the agenda, and so it's done correctly. Right now, we shouldn't really be discussing that. We're discussing this.
I understand that, but this is a piece of that. And all I want to do is have this particular contract approved by the next board.
So probably we're at a standstill no matter how we vote. I mean, I could put forward another motion to pass this item, including this recital for LPA, and see if it goes. If not, we'll be the 3-3 again. Then you can't bring the whole item back because we didn't move forward.
We got to pay our bills.
Yeah, we have to pay our bills.
So
Clarification from John, is it this curve that you're saying does that cost $949,000?
No, it's Tucker.
Or there's
23,925
cost.
Yeah, it's part of the design cost. It's an additional work for the architect to do. And so that's the 24,000.
So somebody, okay, hypothetically, we're in the middle of moving forward with the Capo Valley Stadium, and something like this comes up, and a trustee could say, no, I'm not going to approve that design change because I didn't want to do that stadium in the first place.
Okay, but if John is talking about this curve in the fire department, which is what we would need to further the design on the other, which has already been approved, what money is that for the curb out of this? I mean, can we then say we approve that, but not this whole package?
No,
well, the whole package is already approved.
This
is that whole package was already approved. This is just an amendment for $23,000 that's added to something that's already approved.
Okay, that's what I asked was how much did it cost? Because I'm looking at these numbers, 949. So where does it say $23,000?
Bottom of page 172.
72.
Yeah, the very last.
So John, can you address the original contract with LPA was how much? And this is an additional 23,000.
I'd have to look up what the original contract amount.
I think it's listed right here.
Is it listed?
It says the original was 1,185,800 and it.
So that is already approved and they're doing the work right now to design the building. And this is an additional 23,000. And I think if the board, I understand the board not agreeing on this, but I would ask that you at least make a motion to approve the rest of 13A3.
Well, that's what Gila did.
Oh, I understand that. I understand what Gila is saying, but I don't want to be on a standstill for all of 13A3. Because I need the rest of it approved.
So considering that if I made a motion to approve the whole item with the LPA contract, that it probably was be a 3-3, I can try that motion.
You could try that motion.
So I will, so let's do that. I make a motion to approve the entirety of 13.8.3.
Moved by trustee Hanachek, seconded by trustee Castellanos. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. 2 noes or 3 noes?
3 noes.
Okay, so now we need to go and do another motion.
Gila voted in favor.
Oh, she did. So now it's approved.
Okay.
The motion passes 4-2.
Okay, thank you.
I guess on a side note, John, they don't have fire access off of Golden Lantern right now. They have it off of Stonehill.
That's correct.
So is this a different fire requirement?
No, just because it's a completely new building in the area, they'll have to have access in the front of the building and the back of the building. So to achieve that, it will be gaining access off of Golden Lantern and Stone.
All right. I'm not gonna argue with the fire authority, but they can pay the 23,000. Sorry. Okay, then we're on, thank you, trustees. We're on to the second item, which was, who says 13B5.
Six.
Trustee Davis.
B5, I pulled this item because I'd like to see CUSD create our own healthy kids survey. So I would like it to be on the record that I'd like to state that.
So you're making a motion to not, to instead have the district create its own survey.
And not approve the MOU with West Ed. Okay,
So
then I have a second.
Before we go into a vote, we've had this question before. Dr. Holliday answered it succinctly. Why is it that we do not create our own survey? And I wish we had given this to you ahead of time, but I know you can answer.
Yes, we have discussed this in the past. What this would mean is we would be developing 9 surveys. 3 for parents, 3 for staff, and 3 for students. So because you have 5th, 7th, 9th, you have parents, staff, and students at all 3 levels. This is something that you then also have to have a system to disaggregate the data and how to collect the data afterwards, which is all built in the West End. The issue too is there's no statewide context. So in other words, Chicks is used statewide. You're able to compare it against other districts across the state for context. You wouldn't be able to do that with our own survey. The other part is too, we would have to hire someone to help us build a survey that would be valid and reliable and generalizable. So there would be a cost much greater than the cost here because this is subsidized by OCHCA. So really for those reasons, this is a strong part of the LCAP. This is something that's on the dashboard. So it's something that we would strongly recommend staying with using what Chicks provides us.
Can you clarify, maybe this is a clerk question, we just passed, I don't know, we're spending 38,000, I think, on some software package to do surveys for the citizen.
Thought exchanges.
E813, is it? Yeah, so how is it that that survey is being built? It's more difficult?
Is this the Qualtrics contract that was approved tonight?
I don't remember what it was. I
It's-
just remember
it's-
reading it.
It's the thought exchange one, I think.
Thought exchange, that was in the
Real-time
Q&A.
Feedback for LCAP.
Here it is,
official partner
yeah.
Engagement, yeah.
13B8 thought exchange. So yeah, 37,800, and that is helping us with the local control funding formula. So is this a software that we're spending that money on and it only does that survey? It's only conducive for that?
Yeah, so for the thought exchange item, that is only for developing consensus and getting feedback in a real time, in a group setting around a topic. So it wouldn't be, it's not the same as providing a survey. It is, I don't know how best.
So it's kind of a combination of a static survey and like interactive Yelp. So what happens is you pose a question. The only reason I know this well, because I used it earlier today. So you pose a question, participants respond anonymously, but then they can like or star other people's responses. And so what it does is very quickly, it was pretty amazing actually, in real time, kind of raise what the themes were to the top very quickly. So for LCAP, when you're looking through our LCAP, we can send that out to all of our parents and identify that very quickly. So I think that's what we've been doing now is using Google form and hand basically tabulating all that information.
So you're saying if you were a facilitator and you were doing a Zoom meeting where parents could, this might be something that, and you've seen it done before, you know, look on your screen, here's the question, everybody answer it, and then in a matter of seconds, you know, you've got an answer of what that audience felt about it.
Yeah, and those, so and I don't want to speak for Stacy, she's not here, but the survey I believe that we do for LCAP with Google Forms is more about how kind of understanding how we as a district and our stakeholders would like to see supplemental money spent. For the chicks, that's actually part of the statewide requirement to do climate surveys, right? See how to triangulate how students feel about their safety, parents, and then staff as well. And so I think that's part of also what, that's a lot of work to disaggregate that data and then to compare that data.
There's also the issue of being able to compare us this year with us last year and year, et cetera, so we know where we're going. And if we change to something different, we don't have that. We'd have to create a base data. Yeah. You know, I understand, I believe Trustee Davis's issues with it. But I really think that we make in the parent letter, we make it so very clear that they can opt out. And I actually, what's that? Well, but yes and no. Now I guess I don't have it. But I actually worked a few years ago because the letter was being revised, and I said, you know, you really need to be more specific here. And I asked for a lot of changes, which we did get in the parent letter. One of them says, your child will not be discriminated against or penalized in any way if you opt out. Because I felt very strongly that one of the things that parents had expressed to me was that something would happen to their kid if they didn't take the survey. And I wanted us to say that and right, any of that kind of stuff. Exactly. So
Or if you don't take it, you have to go sit on the bench or anything like that.
right. So there's nothing with that. And then we have the link so parents can look at it. And I think that the issues of let us just generally call them sex are very, very tiny in the letter. The questions came back to us today. And I just think they're like so tiny and unobjectionable. We described it as 3 questions and it's really only one. Because one of them is, I forget now what it says, but it's something like, have you ever been bullied? And then they give examples of the bullying. And one is like, based on gender or sexuality or perceived sexuality. So that's not even really a question about gender and sexuality. It's about bullying. So I totally agree, understand, but I just think it's right answers and they
laugh about it and you're inaccurate with what they're sharing. You're saying, "No, I'm going down."
Exactly. Well, they build that, Wested builds that into the survey about comparing answers on similar questions. I really think they've done a great job on being able to mitigate that.
And I understand that, yeah, kids make stuff up. I totally get that. But I feel like they're gonna be making it up consistently, 20% are gonna do it year after year after year. So that's kind of factored in. I think it is. I think it does give us an idea of what is really going on and whether things are getting better or worse or whatever.
We created our own survey on holidays. So of course we would have started.
And but do you believe that there wouldn't still be kids that would be, making things up and laughing and that kind of thing?
I think we could rewrite the questions to better actually ask.
I think that takes a lot more.
Yeah, and I've done a little bit of survey design of like this much. And it is like a whole, it's like a master's degree survey design. It's not something that, like Dr. Merwin, as marvelous as he is, knows how to do. Because it is something that.
Okay, Trustee Hanachek, we have 4 minutes before midnight. Trustee Hanachek,
We've got a motion on the table, so just quickly.
no, we have a motion, but no second.
And okay, so I'm gonna just quickly make a comment and then we need to move on. This is a respected and recognized survey. We do our children a disservice. We have had all these children telling us, pouring out their hearts. I believe that they're hungry for a mechanism with which they can be helped in their school climate. So to denigrate them and say that they would lie and make these things up, I do think it does a disservice. And if that's the type of child you have, they're going to do it with any survey. So this is imperative that our schools have a tool with which they can build and support young people who we have heard, and nationwide, this is happening nationwide. They are experiencing some severe challenges. And I think that we have a new generation that is talking about it. They want us to know, and they want to be able to get this information out. So, so I would like to, if you don't have a second, I would like to move the item.
Okay, Lisa moved to not approve this. Do we have a second for that? Okay, motion dies for a lack of second. I'll entertain another motion. Amy?
I move approval of of this item.
Second. Okay, moved by Trustee Hanachek, second by Trustee Castellanos. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes 5-1. Can I entertain a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Hanachek, second by Trustee Davis. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. We made it by 2 minutes.
We did, my
The
goodness.
time is 11:58 PM.
Okay.